Made by Shredder Fanfiction. Like, subscribe and hype video.
The MC is reborn inside of My Little Pony as Arceus. He creates more Pokemon. Arceus. The alpha Pokemon and the creator god of the Pokemon world. Arceus created the world of Pokemon. The creation trio, Dialga Palkia, and Giratina and the Lake Guardians, Uxie, Mesprit. And as elf, Arceus isn't strictly good or evil. It's a complex, godlike being whose morality depends heavily on interpretation, often portrayed as neutral.
My Little Pony, reborn as Arceus, I will create Pokemon. Chapter 1, Arrival in Ponyville. When I opened my eyes, the first thing I noticed was the ground. It wasn't asphalt or concrete. It wasn't the cracked sidewalk I remembered collapsing onto when the truck slammed into me. It was dirt light brown, packed but soft, with small patches of grass breaking through. The air smelled faintly sweet, like baked goods drifting in from somewhere nearby. My body felt strange. Not weak, not injured, strange in the sense that everything was in the wrong place compared to the body I remembered. I raised a foreleg. A foreleg. The limb was pale, white, and covered in fur, ending in a hoof that gleamed faintly in the sunlight. A gold-like ring circled the limb, embedded in the fur as if it had grown there. I flexed, and it moved exactly as I wanted. Then it hit me. The horns, the plates, the golden wheel-like structure behind my neck. I didn't even need a mirror to know. I had woken up as Arceus. I didn't panic. I didn't feel fear. I felt satisfied. Arceus, creator of the Pokemon world. Stronger than anything I had been before. In my old life, I was ordinary. Now, I was something else entirely. I stood fully and took in my surroundings. The dirt road stretched out in two directions, lined with colorful buildings. Each one had thatched roofs, bright wooden walls painted in pastel colors, and windows decorated with flower boxes. Farther down the street, I saw ponies. Small horses in bright coats, some with wings, some with horns, some with neither. Their eyes were wide and expressive. They moved about the road casually, carrying baskets, chatting, opening shop doors. A cart rolled past, pulled by a tan earth pony. I knew exactly where I was. Ponyville. The knowledge made me curious. I had watched My Little Pony in my previous life, so I knew the names, the layout, the major figures here. Twilight Sparkle, Applejack, Pinkie Pie, Rainbow Dash. The idea that they were somewhere nearby, real and moving in front of me, made my chest feel strangely light. I glanced down at my legs and body. From a distance, maybe I could pass for a very strange pony. White coat, golden trim, unusual shape. The wheel behind my head was the only thing that might stand out, but the ponies here had seen stranger things. Ponyville was used to chaos, literally. Discord lived near here. This wouldn't be a problem. I took my first steps forward. My hooves pressed into the dirt with a soft, steady rhythm. The first ponies I passed turned their heads. Their expressions ranged from curious to slightly confused, but no one screamed or ran. That was a good sign. A pale yellow Pegasus with a long pink mane glanced at me from near a flower stand. She tilted her head slightly, studying me for a moment, but then returned to arranging her purchase. She must have decided I wasn't a threat. The road curved slightly, leading toward the central square. A large fountain sat at the center, and around it were market stalls. I could smell fresh bread, hay fries, and apples. The voices of ponies haggling mixed with the clop of hooves and the creak of wagon wheels. I slowed as I reached the fountain. Some ponies were openly staring now. A unicorn stallion with a mint green coat whispered something to the mare beside him. I caught the words new pony and odd cutie mark before they walked away. A bouncing sound drew my attention to the right. A bright pink pony with an even brighter mane was hopping toward me. Pinkie Pie. Hi, she said the moment she got close enough, her voice loud and cheerful. I don't think I've seen you before. And I know every pony in Ponyville, so that means you're new. What's your name? I kept my tone steady. I just arrived. You can call me Arceus. Her eyes widened, but not with fear, only with more curiosity. Arceus? That's a cool name. Is it from somewhere far away? Yes, I answered simply. Farther than you could imagine. Pinky gasped. Ooh, mysterious. I like it. We should throw you a welcome to Ponyville party. Everyone will come and... Before she could finish, a lavender alicorn appeared from around the corner. Twilight Sparkle. She was carrying a stack of books in her magic, but when she saw me, her pace slowed. Pinky, Twilight said as she reached us, who's your new friend? This is Arceus. Pinky announced. He's new in town and came from super duper far away. Twilight's eyes scanned me, lingering on the golden wheel-like structure behind my head. She didn't look alarmed, more analytical, as though trying to categorize me. Welcome to Ponyville, Arceus. Are you here visiting or planning to stay? I considered my answer. I'll stay. For a while. Twilight nodded slowly. We don't get visitors who look quite like you very often. Do you have a place to stay? Not yet. Pinkie Pie practically bounced in place. Then we have to find you one. You can't just sleep outside. Well, you could, but that's not comfy, and... Twilight smiled faintly at her friend's enthusiasm, then looked back at me. If you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a few questions later. Just to learn more about where you're from. That's fine, I said. Great. For now, why don't you let Pinkie show you around town? It'll help you get settled. Pinkie took that as her cue to start trotting in place. Come on. I'll show you Sugar Cube Corner first, because that's where the best cupcakes in Equestria are. I followed her through the streets. Ponies moved aside as we passed, glancing at me and whispering quietly. I didn't mind. Their reactions were mild curiosity, nothing more. Sugar Cube Corner was unmistakable. The building looked like a giant gingerbread house, complete with frosting-like trim and a cupcake-shaped sign. Pinkie pushed the door open and waved me inside. The smell of fresh pastries hit me immediately, sweet, buttery, and warm. Behind the counter, a plump blue mare and a tall yellow stallion were arranging trays of muffins. Pinkie bounded over. Mr. and Mrs. Cake. This is Arceus. He's new in town. Mrs. Cake looked at me with polite surprise. Well, hello there. Welcome to Ponyville. Would you like something to eat? I didn't need food in the way ponies did, but I decided it was better to accept. Yes. Something small. She handed me a simple cupcake. I held it carefully with my hoof and took a bite. Sweet, soft, exactly what I expected from Canon. Pinkie chattered on about the town's landmarks, and I listened while eating. She mentioned the schoolhouse, the town hall, the library, well, former library, since Twilight's castle now stood there. After finishing, I thanked the cakes and stepped back outside with Pinkie. The afternoon sun had shifted, casting longer shadows across the road. More ponies were out now, moving between shops. We walked for another 20 minutes, passing the Carousel Boutique Rarities shop and the road leading toward Sweet Apple Acres. Pinkie talked the entire time, but I caught sight of Rainbow Dash resting on a cloud overhead, her head tilted in my direction. She didn't approach, but she was watching. Eventually, Pinkie stopped in front of a small, unoccupied house at the edge of town. No pony lives here right now. You could totally stay here until you find something better. The building was simple, one floor, wooden walls, clean windows. Inside, it was empty but well kept. I stepped inside and tested the space. It would work. "This will do," I said. Pinky grinned. "Yay! I'll bring you blankets later. And maybe a welcome cake." She bounced away, leaving me alone in the quiet. I stood in the center of the main room, looking out the window toward the rest of Ponyville. This world was exactly as I remembered it from the show, but now it was real. I was in it. And as Arceus, I could do far more than just live here quietly, though for now, keeping a low profile was the smartest choice. Chapter 2, A Race in the Making. The house was quiet after Pinkie Pie left. The sound of her bouncing hooves had faded into the distance, leaving me alone with the faint creak of the floorboards and the soft whisper of wind through the window. I stood still for a while, letting my mind settle, and then I began to think. Not about the present, about the future. I knew the broad strokes of what would happen in this world. Ponyville's timeline would bring the main six together again and again for threats far greater than any normal pony could handle. I knew the two royal sisters, Princess Celestia and Princess Luna, were out there now, ruling from Canterlot. Luna had already been freed from Nightmare Moon, which meant we were past that point in the timeline. But the future would hold more. Creatures sealed away, villains waiting to return. Tyrek. Chrysalis. Cozy Glow. Discord was already reformed, but chaos always found a way back. Even though I was confident in my own power, there was an obvious truth: I didn't need to face these things alone. In my old world, Arceus had 3 dragons who shaped time, space, and the distortion between. Here, I had the ability to make them again. Not in full strength, it would draw far too much attention, but in a form I could keep hidden until they were ready. I moved to the center of the room. My hoof touched the wooden floor softly. I focused. The energy was familiar, instinctive. 3 small lights appeared in front of me. One was blue and shaped faintly like a dragon's head. One was pink with smooth curves. One was gray with uneven edges. The lights grew slightly, then condensed into forms tiny, almost full-sized versions of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. Dialga looked up at me, its voice soft and high-pitched compared to what I remembered. Palkia stumbled slightly when it tried to stand. Giratina's wings drooped. They were weak, so weak they probably couldn't handle more than basic movement without tiring. That was fine. They weren't here to fight yet. They were here to grow. "You will stay hidden for now," I said quietly to them. "This world is not ready to see you." Dialga nodded slowly. Palkia sat down. Giratina made a quiet noise of agreement. I moved them into the back room, where the windows were covered. I found an empty crate in the corner and lined it with an old blanket from the closet. They settled in together, curling up to rest. Once I was sure they were comfortable, I left them there. The door closed softly behind me. Outside, Ponyville was as lively as it had been earlier. The sun was still high, and ponies moved along the streets carrying packages or chatting at shop fronts. I stepped off the small porch and onto the dirt road, walking slowly. The ground was warm under my hooves. I didn't have a specific destination in mind. I simply followed the main street, letting my eyes wander over the familiar buildings. Carousel Boutique stood with its clean lavender walls. Sugar Cube Corner was busy, ponies going in and out with baked goods balanced on their backs. As I turned a corner near the open field that stretched toward Sweet Apple Acres, I saw a flash of blue in the sky. A streak of rainbow trailed behind it. Rainbow Dash. She was moving lazily, gliding more than speeding, her wings keeping her aloft while her eyes scanned the ground. She hadn't seen me yet. I walked toward the open field and stopped where she could see me. She dipped down in a quick arc and landed in front of me, wings folding at her sides. "You're that new guy Pinkie was talking about," she said, her tone casual but curious. "Arceus, right?" "That's right," I said. Your Rainbow Dash. She smirked. Heard of me already? Guess word gets around fast. I've heard you're the fastest flyer in Ponyville. Her smirk widened. Fastest in all of Equestria, actually. I looked over the open stretch of field behind her. Want to prove it? Rainbow's wings twitched. You're challenging me to a race? Yes. Her eyebrows went up, and then she grinned. All right, I'm in. But you'd better be ready. I don't hold back. I wouldn't ask you to, I said. She turned and walked toward the start of a flat section of grass. I followed. She tested the ground with her hooves, then spread her wings halfway. Before we could get into position, a loud voice called out from behind us. A race? You two are gonna race? I turned. Pinkie Pie was bouncing toward us from the road, her mane bouncing just as much. Rainbow Dash groaned playfully. Hey, Pinkie! Pinkie stopped in front of us, her eyes wide. You've only been in Ponyville for, like, 1 day, and you're already racing Rainbow Dash? And you've already met her? And me? And Twilight? Yes, I said simply. Pinkie's grin stretched wide. This is gonna be amazing. Wait, we can't just have you two race without every pony seeing. Races are more fun with a crowd. Rainbow lifted an eyebrow. You're gonna round up ponies right now. Of course. Pinkie's tone made it sound obvious. I'll get Twilight, Applejack, Fluttershy, Rarity, maybe even Spike. Don't start without us. Before either of us could answer, she zipped away down the road, moving faster than most ponies could walk. Rainbow shook her head with a small smile. She's not gonna let this be quiet, hey? No, I said. It seems not. Rainbow stretched her wings fully, testing their movement. Guess we've got a few minutes to get ready, then. I walked to the starting point and stood still, watching the direction Pinkie had gone. She would bring them all here, without a doubt. That meant I'd be meeting almost the entire main six at once. It wasn't part of my original plan for today, but it was acceptable. The sooner I established myself as capable, the better. Rainbow glanced at me. So, you can fly? Yes. Her eyes lit with competitive interest. Good. Makes it fair. I nodded once. We stood in silence for a moment, the breeze passing between us, carrying the faint scent of apples from the orchard beyond the hill. Somewhere behind us, I could hear the distant sound of hooves. Pinkie was already returning. Chapter 3, The First Race. Pinkie Pie's hoofbeats faded toward town. The field held a steady breeze. The grass lay flat and even. The sky stayed clear. Rainbow Dash stood across from me, wings out, stance low. She grinned. I'm not doing a slow lap. I'm doing a full run. I kept my gaze level. Good. She stomped once, testing the ground. We go to the windmill and back. Straight line there, straight line back. No tricks. No loops. No cloud rings. Pure speed. Understood. She eyed the golden ring around my neck and the length of my legs. I don't know your stride. I don't know your turn radius. I know mine. I adjust fast. Her grin held. We'll see. Hoof steps approached from the road. Pinkie's voice carried first. I brought every pony. We made it just in time. Rainbow rolled her eyes with affection. That was fast. Pinkie bounced into the field with Twilight, Sparkle, Applejack, Rarity, Fluttershy, and Spike. A few town's ponies followed them at a distance. Carrot Top stood near the path. Bulk Biceps hovered above the grass. A pair of weather ponies landed on the far side to watch. Pinky landed between us. Okay. Spectators are ready. I'm ready. The field is clear. The route is clear. The air is clear. The windmill is the turn point. Twilight's eyes moved over me and then to Rainbow. I will watch from here. I will mark times. I will use a simple spell. It will not interfere. Applejack adjusted her hat. I will watch the turn. It is where most races go wrong. I know that from rodeo runs. Rarity stood beside Twilight, steady and composed. I will watch for any snags in the field. I do not want fabric tears. I do not want scraped knees. Fluttershy spoke softly. I will watch the birds. I will keep them away from the root. Spike pumped a fist. I am ready. This is going to be good. Pinky pointed at us with both hooves. I will do the countdown. I will do it fair. I will do it loud. Rainbow crouched. On your call, Pinky. I took my place at the line Pinky had drawn with a stick. I set my hooves. I let my body settle. I adjusted the angle of my head so the ring would not catch wind at the wrong point. Pinky inhaled and held it for a second. 3, 2, 1. Go. Rainbow exploded forward. She did not ramp up. She hit speed at once. Her wings beat in a hard rhythm. The air around her displaced in a clean push. Her hooves left the ground as she took to the low sky. I moved. I started with a safe pace to measure her output. The ground shifted under my steps with a steady pattern. My acceleration matched the field's hold. Rainbow kept gaining. She gained 3 body lengths fast. Her form was tight. Her head was down. Her wing beats were even. She did not waste motion. She was faster than the average Pegasus by a wide margin. She was faster than most high-level flyers. She crossed the first third of the route before I expected it. I stopped holding back. My stride extended. My hooves struck precise points, then pushed off. The ring held stable. My chest stayed square. My vision fixed on the windmill. The field blurred in a direct, clean line without color shifts, without trick vision. I measured distances by landmarks. Fence. Tree. Ditch. Shadow of a cloud. Rainbow kept her lead for 5 more seconds. Then the gap narrowed. It narrowed without pause. 4 lengths. 3. 2. 1. We ran side by side. Rainbow's eyes cut toward me. She did not lose rhythm. Not bad. Keep going, I said. She smiled sharp and focused. I am not stopping. We reached the midpoint. The windmill stood tall and still today. No gusts shifted its blades. Applejack stood beneath it, hat pulled low to keep it on, hooves planted firm. She shouted over the wind from our speed. Turn clean. Watch the dirt on the far side. Rainbow hit the turn first by half a length. She flared her wings to break, pivoted in a tight, practiced arc, and kicked into the return. I reduced speed, turned on rear hooves, and drove off the mark without a slip. My weight and length forced a wider curve than hers. I lost a 4 legs worth of ground. It cost me 1 length. I did not pause. I did not check anything but her output. I returned to full acceleration and adjusted for the new line. The route back had small divots. The field sloped down and then up. I calibrated each step. I regained the lost space in 4 strides. We were even again. Twilight's voice carried from far back through a simple volume spell. Halfway time achieved. Return leg active. Output even. Rarity's voice rose after it. Form intact. No snags. No collisions. Pinky's voice bounced. This is great. Rainbow began to push for more. Her wing beats increased. Her ascent angled low to skim the grass and catch a tailwind. She used field lift from ground effect without calling it that. It was instinct from long practice. It gained her a fraction. I matched with ground pressure and exact timing to leverage each push for maximum drive. The gap, again, vanished. She glanced at me mid-run. Not long. Just a fast, excited look. You are keeping up. I kept my eyes forward. I am matching you. She laughed once, quick. Then go for it. She surged. I surged. Our strides and wing beats aligned without plan. The wind passed across both of us in even pressure. The field went by in a straight line. The town approached at a controlled rate. I adjusted for the last small rise before the finish. Pinky had scraped a second line in the grass near the watchers. Twilight stood 10 paces back with Spike. Fluttershy hovered above and to the left, moving birds out of range. Rarity and Applejack were at the line, eyes fixed, bodies still. Rainbow dropped her head lower for the final drive. I kept my head steady to maintain the ring's stability. The final push landed. The line came fast. We hit the finish together. Our hooves and her wingtip crossed in the same instant. The air around us shifted from the movement. Twilight's spell flashed with a clear, precise tone and released a thin strip of colored magic that formed 2 identical time stamps over the line. Twilight blinked. She looked at the readings again. Her horn lit. The strip duplicated and then vanished. She looked up at us. Tie. Exact time match. Exact crossing alignment. Pinky gasped and then cheered. Tie. That was perfect. Rainbow flared her wings and flopped to the grass on her back, breathing steady but fast. She grinned up at the sky. Okay. That was awesome. I slowed to a stop and stood over the line. I breathed normally. My body showed no strain. My legs were steady. My gaze was clear. Rainbow rolled upright and stood. She stepped toward me, then bumped her hoof against my foreleg in a quick, friendly tap. You are fast. I mean actually fast. Confirmed, I said. You are too. She laughed again. I like you. Pinky bounced around us in a circle. That was the best first race in Ponyville this month. No crashes. No explosions. No injuries. 2 winners. 0 losers. Spike scribbled in a small notepad. I am writing that down. Twilight, you saw those times, right? That tie was real. Twilight nodded. It was real. I checked for measurement error. There was none. Applejack reached us from the windmill at a fast canter. She was breathing a little harder from the run-in. That turn was clean. No slips. No skids. Rainbow, you kept that arc tight as a drum head. Arceus, you handled that pivot with more weight than a normal pony. That was solid control. Rarity examined my forelegs out of habit. No scuffs. No dirt clumps. That is neat. Fluttershy landed close by. Her voice stayed soft. The birds stayed away. They watched from the fence posts. They liked the race. Rainbow's eyes were bright. She stepped back and looked me over again. You said you adjust fast. You were not bluffing. I deliver, I said. Her grin sharpened. Round 2 is coming. Not today. I want to plan a course. I want to use cloud gates. I want to test turns and climbs. I want a full circuit. Approved. Pinky shot between us. And I want snacks. And banners. And a real starting whistle. And streamers. Twilight gave me a direct look. I would like to ask some questions now that the race is complete. I can keep them short. I can keep them basic. I can schedule a longer session later if you prefer. I faced her. Proceed. Rainbow flopped onto the grass again, content to listen and cool down. Applejack took a place at her side. Rarity stood near Twilight. Fluttershy sat nearby, head slightly tilted. Pinky stayed moving but stayed in earshot. Twilight floated a quill and parchment. First. Are you a pony species? No. She waited a beat. Understood. Are you a threat to Ponyville? No. Do you have a place to stay? Yes. Do you plan to work here or only reside here? Reside. Support when needed. Do you have dietary needs that are unusual? No. Do you have magic that affects time, space, or other fundamental forces? Yes. Twilight's quill paused over the page for a second. She did not look surprised. She continued. Do you intend to use such magic within town limits? No. Not unless required. Do you consent to a private study session later to document your abilities at a high level without revealing sensitive functions? Yes. She smiled, relieved. Thank you. That helps. I will keep notes secure. I will inform Princess Celestia that there is a new resident with unusual capabilities. I will state there is no threat. Applejack nodded once. That is the right call. Rarity's voice was warm. Welcome to Ponyville, darling. I say that again with emphasis. Fluttershy smiled gently. If you need anything, I live near the edge of the forest. I help animals. I help friends. Pinky spoke while balancing on one hoof. And I help with parties. And with cupcakes. And with cheering. And with balloons. Rainbow pointed a hoof at me from the grass. And I help with speed. I will get you course time with the weather team. I will get you cloud gates. I will set rules. I will make it fair. Do it, I said. Rainbow rolled to her hooves and shook out her wings. I will. Spike blew a small flame at the sky, just a quick puff out of habit. Ties are rare. This is going in the book. I am writing a title for this page. It will say Rainbow Dash vs Arceus, tie. Pinky clapped. Good title. Twilight tucked away her parchment. Arceus, can you meet me at the castle later today or tomorrow morning? I will keep it short. I will provide tea and scones. Tomorrow morning. Early. She nodded. I will be ready. Rainbow looked at the line we had crossed, then at the windmill, then back at me. I want to break that tie. I respect a tie. I still want to break it. You can try, I said. She smirked. I will do more than try. Applejack nudged her. Save it for next time, hotshot. Rainbow flicked her tail. I am saving it. Pinky edged closer to me until she was in my space, studying the ring around my neck and the points of my legs. You look different from other ponies. You fit anyway. You are tall. You are shiny. You do not squeak when you walk. Some ponies squeak when they walk on polished floors. You do not. I answered without missing a beat. I am built for function. Ooh. Cool. Rarity adjusted a curl. He is very minimalist. Very clean lines. Very striking. Twilight stepped closer and lowered her voice slightly. I will ask this one privately. Do you have companions or dependents who will require care or resources we should plan for? Yes, I said. I have 3 young ones. They are resting. They do not need town support. Twilight took that in with a thoughtful look, then nodded. Thank you for telling me. If that changes, you can tell me directly. Noted. Fluttershy perked up. If they are young, I can help if they get nervous or if they need quiet. I am used to quiet. I am good at quiet. They are quiet, I said. They are fine. She smiled in relief. Rainbow paced a small circle to keep her legs warm. I am going to do a cool-down lap. I will be back in 2 minutes. She launched into the air, slow and steady this time. She looped the field once in a relaxed arc. She returned at an easy hover and touched down. Pinkie counted under her breath while she watched Rainbow fly. When Rainbow landed, Pinkie looked satisfied. That was 2 minutes and 1 second. Close enough. Rainbow snorted. Nice count. Applejack tipped her hat. I need to get back to the farm. There is work before sunset. Rarity glanced toward town. I have a fitting in half an hour. I must not be late. Fluttershy looked toward the edge of the field. I left Angel with a salad. I do not want him to finish and get impatient. Twilight straightened. We will head back. Arceus, thank you for agreeing to a formal talk tomorrow. Accepted, I said. Pinkie bounced backward. I am grabbing my party list. I am planning the next race snacks. I am not doing frosting that melts in the sun. I am doing cookies. I am doing pretzels. I am doing lemonade. Spike stuffed his notes into a small bag. I will bring the book tomorrow in case I need to add more. The small crowd of town's ponies began to drift away, talking quietly among themselves. Bulk Biceps gave a simple yet and took off. Carrot Top smiled and waved, then trotted back toward her stall. Rainbow lingered as the others prepared to leave. She looked at me with a direct expression. I do not say this often. Good race. Good race, I echoed. She nodded once, then took to the air with a powerful flap and rose toward the town, clearly energized. Twilight, Applejack, Rarity, Fluttershy, Pinkie, and Spike started back along the road. Twilight looked back at me one more time. Tomorrow. Sunrise. I will be there, I said. They left the field. The breeze returned to its steady pace. The line in the grass remained. The windmill stood far off and quiet. The sky stayed clear. I stood still for a minute and replayed the race in clean detail. Start. Acceleration. Catch up. Turn. Return. Final drive. Tie. I logged Rainbow's output. I logged my own. I noted the exact moment I stopped holding back and the exact rate of increase. I noted the ring's airflow. I noted ground pressure variance across the field. I noted friction points and their effect. I noted the minute muscle engagement changes in my hind legs on the return rise. I filed it away. A foal's voice broke the quiet. Mr. Arceus, that was cool. I looked down. Featherweight stood at the edge of the field with a camera around his neck. His wings were tucked neatly. He looked eager. You took a picture, I said. He nodded. One at the start. One at the finish. I think I got the tie. I want to show the paper. Do it. He beamed. Thanks. He ran off toward town with quick steps, camera bouncing. I turned toward the road and started back at an easy pace. The ground felt the same. The air smelled faintly of hay and apples. I passed the fence line. I passed a patch of clover. I passed a small stone near the path. On the way, Derpy hooves flew low and wobbly overhead with a mail bag. She looked down, smiled, and waved. Nice race. I lifted a hoof in a short, clear return. Thanks. She continued on, humming. At Sugar Cube Corner, Pinky had already put a sign in the window that said "Congratulations to Dash and Arceus." She must have drawn it in a rush. The letters were neat anyway. I pushed open the door. The bell jingled. The Cakes looked up. Mr. Cake smiled. "Strong finish out there." Mrs. Cake set a tray of cookies on the counter. Pinky told us. "Tie races are rare." I approached the counter. 2 oatmeal raisin. 1 lemonade. To go. Mr. Cake boxed them up fast. "On the house. Welcome to Ponyville." "Thank you," I said. I lifted the box and the cup. Pinky burst from the kitchen with a towel over her shoulder. "You came back. Good. I want your opinion on pretzels. Thick or thin?" "Thick," I said. She nodded hard. "Good. That is my choice too." She zipped back into the kitchen. I left with the box and cup and stepped into the afternoon. The sun had shifted lower. The shadows were longer. The town kept moving at a calm pace. I reached the small house at the edge of town and went inside. I set the box on the table and the cup beside it. I walked to the back room and opened the door slowly. Dialga, Pakia, and Giratina lifted their heads from the blanket-lined crate. Their eyes were clear. They were alert. They were still small. They did not show stress. I spoke in a quiet, steady tone. "Status check." Dialga made a soft, even sound, and tapped the crate edge once. Pakia stretched and settled again. Giratina's wings adjusted and then went still. Their breathing was steady. Their posture was calm. "Good," I said. "I will remain nearby. Food is not required. Rest is priority." They settled back down. I returned to the main room and sat at the table. I opened the box. I ate the cookies in steady bites. I drank the lemonade. The sugar intake had no effect on performance. It was a courtesy to the town and a support to social balance. It tasted fine. A light knock sounded on the front door. I stood and opened it. Twilight stood there with a scroll. She had trotted back fast and looked composed. "Sorry to come back so soon. I forgot one thing." "Proceed," I said. She levitated the scroll over. "This is a simple registration for Ponyville residency. It is optional. It keeps things organized. It makes mail and notices easier." I took the scroll and read it. Name. Residence. Emergency contact. Special notes. I filled in the name. I filled in the address. I left emergency contact blank. I wrote unusual abilities, non-hostile in the special notes. I gave it back. She tucked it away. "Thank you. Also, Princess Celestia will receive my letter today." I worded it carefully. It said you are here. It said you are peaceful. It said you helped with town morale. The race qualifies. "Accurate," I said. She offered a small smile. "Tomorrow, we will keep it simple. High-level questions. No pressure. No invasive magic." "Good," I said. She stepped back. "Have a good evening." "You too." She left. I closed the door. The house was quiet again. The sun lowered further. The shadows reached the far wall. I reviewed the day's interactions in order. Pinky's welcome. Twilight's first questions. The tour. The house. The creation of the three. The placement. The walk. The challenge. The race. The tie. The follow-up. The registration. The plan for tomorrow. Each part fit. Each contact moved forward without friction. Each response set a simple baseline. The town understood enough. They did not probe too far. They accepted. That was ideal. I cleaned the table. I checked the back room again. I listened to the small, steady breaths of the three. I closed the door. I stood near the front window and watched the road. A pair of colts ran past with a ball. A mare trotted by with a basket of carrots. A Pegasus glided overhead, shadow passing along the dirt. I set my mind on the next steps. Rainbow Dash would set a circuit. I would run it. Twilight would hold a session. I would answer what I chose. Pinky would plan snacks. I would approve thick pretzels. Applejack would return to the farm. Rarity to fittings. Fluttershy to animals. Spike to his notes. The town to its evening. The three would rest and grow. I kept my posture easy and still. The light shifted to orange at the edge of the window. I watched until the first lamps in town lit. Hoof steps approached again. This time, it was Rainbow. She landed by the door and knocked once, then opened with a quick, confident motion when I called for her to enter. She stepped in, eyes alive with energy. I needed to say one more thing. I am setting that circuit for 2 days from now. I am meeting the weather team at sunrise tomorrow to start. I will put the gates in the north field. I will clear it with twilight. I will mark distances. I will keep it fair. Approved, I said. She smirked. Thought so. Also, I want a rule. No new tricks between now and then. What you showed today is what you bring. I will bring what I showed today. We refine within that. Agreed. She nodded. Cool. I like rules when they make sense. She looked at the box on the table. Pinky got you cookies. She did. They were good. Rainbow's eyes flicked toward the back room door for a fraction. She did not pry. She did not ask. She kept her focus. I am not staying long. I have cloud duty at sunset. I will see you tomorrow probably. If not, at the circuit. Understood, I said. Good work today. Her grin returned, clean and proud. You too. She turned and moved to the door, then paused. I am glad you came to Ponyville. Same, I said. She took off from the porch and rose into the early evening sky. Her contrail faded cleanly. I closed the door again. I checked locks out of habit. I made a fast walk through the house. Windows secure. Back room secure. Front room clear. I lay down on the main room floor. I did not need sleep. I used the quiet to run clean diagnostics. Muscle recovery. No micro tears. Hoof impact surfaces intact. Ring alignment stable. Internal power levels steady. No drift. No loss. Refined. I ended the check. The house held its calm. The town sound filtered in, soft and ordinary. Distant talk. A wagon wheel. A door closing. A laugh. Nothing sharp. Nothing urgent. I spoke once toward the back room in a normal tone that would carry enough. Rest well. There was a soft movement from within. Then stillness again. I stayed exactly where I was and let the evening pass into night without any change in posture. The night was uneventful. That was fine. It kept the baseline stable. It kept the town at ease. It kept everything in place for tomorrow. When the moon rose, I adjusted the front curtain angle so the light would not hit the back room. I checked the latch on the window. I moved with no sound. I resumed my place. The moonlight drew a pale stripe across the floor. I noted it and dismissed it. I waited. Nothing else required action. When the lamplights in town blinked out one by one, I kept count without strain. When the last one went dark, I logged it. When the first cricket started, I logged that. When it stopped, I logged that too. It was simple. It was clean. Morning would bring twilight. Morning would bring Rainbow's course plan. Morning would bring the next step. I was ready. Chapter 4, Sunrise Interview. Dawn edged across the window. The town was quiet. The house held. The knock came on time. 3 even taps. I stood. I opened the door. Twilight Sparkle waited on the step with Spike at her side. Her mane was smooth. Her eyes were alert. Spike held a scroll and an inkwell. A quill was tucked above his ear. "Good morning," Twilight said. "Enter," I said. They came in. Twilight looked around the room once. She did not pry. She checked light, space, exits. Spike went straight to the table. He set down the inkwell. He unrolled the scroll. He took the quill and tested the tip with a small stroke. Twilight put her saddlebags by the table. She drew a fresh parchment with her magic and kept it ready. "Thank you for meeting at sunrise. I like clear schedules." "Efficient," I said. She nodded. "We will proceed in simple steps. If I ask something you do not want to answer, you can say so. I will mark it and move on. Spike will record." Spike saluted with the quill. "Ready." Twilight met my eyes. "First. Who are you?" "I am Arceus." Spike wrote the name. The quill scratched with steady rhythm. Twilight held eye contact. "What are you?" "I am the king of Pokemon." Spike's quill paused for a beat, then continued. Twilight's ears tipped forward. "Pokemon. New classification. Is that a title or a species?" "It is a species. A different race from ponies." "Describe basic traits." "Living beings. Many forms. Many abilities. Many roles. They are not ponies. They are not griffins. They are not dragons. They are Pokemon." Twilight absorbed each word in order. "Your personal role among them is king." "Yes." "An origin." "Origin," she repeated. "Define." "I made them." She did not look away. Her voice stayed steady. "You created the Pokemon." "Yes." Spike wrote that sentence slowly and clearly. Twilight lifted the parchment she had prepared and set it down. "You resemble a pony in shape." "Are you a pony?" "No." "Then why do you look like one?" "I just happen to look like a pony. Form is not identity." "Understood," she said, and she meant it. Spike wrote, "Resembles pony. Not pony. Form is not equal to identity." Twilight took a breath. "Your intentions in Equestria. State them." "I am a good person. I will help the good. I will act when needed. I will not harm innocents." Spike wrote, "Intention, benevolent, protective, conditional action against harm." Twilight glanced at the golden ring behind my neck, then at my hooves, then back to my eyes. "What is your assessment of Ponyville so far?" "Stable. Cooperative. Curious. Not hostile." She nodded once. "Agreed." She moved to the next point. "You said yesterday that you hold abilities related to time, space, and other fundamental forces. Clarify scope without disclosing sensitive mechanics." "Access present. Scope is wide. I do not use it here without cause." Spike adjusted his grip and wrote, "Time/space access confirmed. Non-use policy inside town unless required." Twilight continued. Do you have dependents here? Last evening you mentioned 3 young ones. Yes. Species. Pokemon. Their names are Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. Spike's eyes widened a little as he wrote the names. Got it. Twilight set her quill down for a second. May I see them? Yes. I walked to the back room. I opened the door. The small crate was in place. The blanket was smooth. Dialga raised its head first. Palkia followed with a small shift. Giratina adjusted its wings and looked up. They were alert. They were small. They were calm. I stood aside. Twilight approached slowly and stopped at a respectful distance. She kept her horn dim. She kept her voice even. Hello. I am Twilight Sparkle. I am a friend. Dialga watched her. Palkia tracked the movement of her ears. Giratina kept still and measured her posture. Twilight looked at me. May I come a step closer? Yes, I said. No sudden moves. She nodded and moved one slow step. Spike stood in the doorway and wrote as he observed. Twilight spoke without rush. Are they newborns? Yes. In this state. Power level. Weak. They are growing. Do they need food or special care? No. Rest. Quiet. Time. Twilight folded her ears a little to show calm. I can arrange quiet hours on this end of the street if needed. Not needed. Understood. She took in each of them again. You said their names are Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. Do they align with time, space, and distortion? Yes. Will their powers manifest inside town? No. I will prevent that. Spike's quill scratched the words prevent manifestation in town with a firm underline. Twilight stepped back to give them space. Thank you for letting me see them. They are secure, I said. Twilight turned to me fully. I have more questions. She glanced at the main room. We can continue at the table. We returned to the table. Spike moved his scroll and ink to give Twilight a clear area. Twilight drew a clean sheet and set a column of bullet points. Her mind worked in simple sequences. Next, she said. Origin. Do you come from Equestria? No. From another land on this world? No. From another world entirely? Yes. Spike wrote, extra world origin. Twilight kept her tone level. Do you intend to contact others from your world? No. Do you expect others from your world to arrive here? No. Do you intend to create more Pokemon in Equestria? Yes. She gave a single small nod. At what rate? When appropriate. Slowly. Hidden at first. Spike wrote, gradual creation. Hidden by default. Twilight tapped her quill once, thinking. Classification concerns. If Pokemon live here, we must plan integration. Rights. Safety. Education if needed. Housing. I do not need all answers now. I need to know you will cooperate. I will cooperate. Good. She moved to ethics. What is your stance on mind control, forced transformation, or involuntary binding? Opposed. Spike wrote that with a small satisfied sound. Twilight watched me carefully. What about retaliatory force? If a threat attacks Ponyville and you act, what are your limits? I will end the threat. I will avoid collateral damage. I will prioritize lives. I will accept necessary force. I will not escalate beyond need. Clear, she said. Do you answer to any authority here? No. Will you accept coordination through established channels during crises? Yes. I will coordinate with you. I will heed Princess Celestia's lawful directives if they align with protection. Spike wrote, coordination accepted. Celestia directives conditionally accepted. Twilight's shoulders eased a little. Thank you. She gathered the pages Spike had filled so far and scanned them quickly, then handed them back. Now, public stance. Do you want me to keep your status private? Private for now. Share with those who must know. Share with Princess Celestia. That is standard. Twilight set another page. I will write a report. It will be factual. It will include your statements. It will include my assessment. It will not include sensitive details. Approved, I said. Twilight looked toward the back room door and then back at me. Before I draft, 2 more lines. Why did you come to Ponyville specifically? Access. Community. The center is here. Response speed is high. Help is close. Do you have any requests from me right now? No. Monitor town. Tell me if you need help. Twilight smiled a little. I already do that. All right. She set her parchment in a neat stack. Spike, summary draft. I will dictate. Then you will transcribe the full report from your notes. Spike flexed his claws. Ready. Twilight took a steady breath. Her voice shifted to measured dictation. To Princess Celestia. Subject, new resident Arceus. Summary. At sunrise, I conducted a preliminary interview with an entity identifying as Arceus. Physical appearance resembles an equine with a unique metallic ring structure, but Arceus self-identifies as non-pony and distinct from known species. Arceus states he is the king and origin of a species called Pokémon, which are living beings of diverse forms and abilities. Spike's quill moved fast and clean. Twilight continued. Intentions, benevolent. Willing to help protect innocence. Will coordinate with me and with you during emergencies. Holds abilities related to time, space, and associated domains but agrees not to use them within town limits without cause. Currently residing at the small vacant home on the east edge of Ponyville. No hostile behavior observed. She paused to let Spike catch up. He nodded. Dependents, 3 young Pokémon present, names Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. They are small, weak, and require rest. Arceus assures no uncontrolled manifestation of their powers within town. Spike wrote each name carefully. Assessment, cautious optimism. Arceus communicates clearly. Arceus is direct. No signs of deception noted. Recommending continued observation, structured information exchanges, and a future private audience if you deem it appropriate. Spike added the final period and blew gently to dry the ink. Twilight looked up. Does this reflect your statements fairly? Yes, I said. Good. Spike, copy the full report from your notes to a formal scroll. Then we will send. Spike pulled a fresh scroll. He set to work, eyes moving back and forth between his notes and the new page. The quill scratched in steady lines. It took time. Twilight waited without fidgeting. I stood still. When he finished, he held the scroll up. Ready. Twilight stepped to the window. She opened it with a simple pull. Cool morning air entered. She took the scroll from Spike with her magic and sealed it with wax. The seal bore her cutie mark. She gave it back to Spike. Spike lifted the scroll, inhaled, and breathed green flame. The scroll burned cleanly. The ash swirled, gathered, and streamed out of the window toward Canterlot. It left a visible trail for a few heartbeats and then faded. Twilight closed the window gently. Scent. Good, I said. She set the empty inkwell aside and rolled up the used notes. I expect a reply. It may come quickly. It may take an hour. It may arrive later today, depending on the princess's schedule. Spike placed the quill behind his ear again. If it comes now, it will arrive by Dragonfire. Twilight faced me again. Thank you for your time. I have a few more small items to clarify while we wait, if that is acceptable. Proceed. She lifted a small checklist. Town integration. Do you intend to seek employment or receive bits for services? No. Do you require accommodations beyond what you have? No. Do you want your name listed on the town ledger at Town Hall? Optional. Your choice. I will list you as a resident for mail and notices. No public posting of details. Approved. Medical. If injured, do you accept pony medical care? Yes. It will likely not be needed. Understood. She checked the box. Education. If Pokémon appear who are young and require learning systems, will you allow them to attend the schoolhouse? Yes, if needed. Under your guidance. I will coordinate with Chirili if that day comes. She checked the box. Law. Do you accept Ponyville bylaws and equestrian law while within our borders? Yes. She checked the final box. Thank you. She set the list aside. Personal curiosity. Yesterday you raced Rainbow Dash and Tide. What was your output? Moderate. Not full. Not full. She smiled. She will ask you that herself. I will not tell her the number. She paused. Will you join us for events if invited? Festivals, small gatherings, simple town time. Yes. Good. She relaxed a degree. It helps the town to see you present. A soft belch echoed from Spike. Green fire flashed. A scroll appeared and fell into his claws. The seal was gold with a sun emblem. From Princess Celestia, Spike said. Twilight's ears lifted. She took the scroll with care and broke the seal. She read it silently first, then aloud. My faithful Twilight, thank you for your thorough report delivered at dawn. Please extend my gratitude to Spike for his careful transcription. Regarding Arceus, I appreciate your clear assessment and your measured caution. If Arceus is willing, I would like to offer a private audience in Ponyville at your convenience. I will fly down later today for a brief, informal meeting, or we can schedule a formal meeting tomorrow morning. I will respect the boundaries Arceus sets. Please send your preference. Princess Celestia. Twilight looked at me. Choice. Informal meeting today. Private. Here or your castle, I said. Twilight nodded. Castle is better. Controlled space. Fewer interruptions. I can secure a quiet room. Do it. She turned to Spike. Dictate a reply. Princess Celestia, thank you for your prompt response. Arceus agrees to an informal private meeting today at my castle in Ponyville. I will prepare a quiet room and will limit attendance to you, myself, and Spike unless otherwise requested. Please advise your estimated arrival time. Twilight Sparkle. Spike wrote, sealed, and sent. The green flame took the scroll out the window. The room returned to quiet. Twilight adjusted her saddlebags and looked toward the back room door again. May I add one statement to my internal notes, not for the princess? Yes. She levitated a small, separate notebook. Personal note, Arceus is direct, consistent, and shows no signs of aggression. Body language steady. Responses concise. Displays protective stance over dependence without secrecy beyond reasonable limits. End note. She closed the book. Thank you. Accurate, I said. Spike leaned on the table with his elbows. So, about those three Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, right? What do they like? Toys? Quiet music? Story time? I help with foals sometimes. They like quiet. They like low light. They like stability, I said. I can do quiet, Spike said. Twilight can too when she's not scheduling things. Twilight gave him a look that was not strict. I am scheduling an alicorn visit. It is justified. She looked back at me. I will keep the meeting small and calm. I will ask Pinky not to tell the town. She can do quiet when asked. She can, Spike said. She has the quietest whisper when she wants. Soft footsteps approached the open window. Fluttershy's head appeared at the edge of the frame. She had been passing by and had heard Spike's last sentence. She spoke in a gentle tone. I can do quiet too. Oh, I'm sorry. The window was open. Twilight turned with a friendly smile. It's all right, Fluttershy. We're just finishing. Fluttershy looked at me. Good morning. Morning, I said. She kept her voice low. If you need anything for the little ones, I can bring soft blankets. I can bring water bowls. I can bring a small bell in case they need to call you. Thank you. They are fine, I said. Okay. She nodded once and stepped back from the window. I will be nearby. Twilight closed the window gently after she left. I will return to the castle to prepare the room. Spike, let's bring the notes. Spike rolled the scroll firmly and packed the ink. He slung a small satchel across his shoulder. Ready. Twilight faced me. I will send one more message when the princess confirms her time. I will ask the guards at the castle to hold the doors closed during the meeting and to remain out of the room unless called. It will be private. Good, I said. She lifted her saddlebags. Arceus, thank you again for the interview. I value clear communication. It prevents confusion. It prevents fear. It builds trust. Correct, I said. Spike opened the door. Morning light filled the frame. Twilight paused on the threshold. If anything changes with the three young ones, tell me. I will, I said. She nodded and stepped out. Spike followed. The door closed. The house settled. I went to the back room. I opened the door and checked the crate. Dialga had dozed. Palkia was awake. Giratina was alert. Their breathing was even. Their eyes were clear. Status, I said softly. Palkia gave a small sound. Giratina shifted a wing and went still. Dialga remained asleep. Stable, I said. I lowered the curtain a fraction to keep the room dim. I returned to the main room. I cleared the table. I put the cup from last night in the bin. I swept the floor with a simple pass. I set 2 cushions near the window for later. I checked the front latch and left it set to easy open for Twilight's return. Hoof steps sounded again sooner than expected. A soft belch came through the wood. I opened the door. Spike held a scroll with a gold seal. Reply. Twilight stood behind him, slightly winded from a quick trot back. Princess Celestia can arrive in 2 hours. She will come by chariot to keep schedule. No escort inside the room. I read the short message. Arriving in 2 hours. Keep it simple. Thank you. The signature matched the seal. 2 hours, Twilight said. We will prepare the castle and return for you. Do you want privacy until then? Yes. All right. We'll go. She tapped Spike's shoulder. They turned and left at a purposeful pace. The house was quiet again. I sat and waited without strain. I reviewed the interview. I checked for gaps. None mattered. 30 minutes passed. A knock came. It was light and fast. I opened the door. Pinky stood there with a covered tray balanced on her back. Hello. I am not here to party. I am here to deliver breakfast. Cinnamon buns. No noise. No confetti. Twilight said private. Accepted, I said. She slid the tray onto the table. I will go now. I hope your morning is smooth. It is, I said. She smiled and left, closing the door gently. The tray smelled like sugar and spice. I uncovered it. I ate one bun. I kept the rest for later. Time moved in a straight line without interruption. I checked the back room again. I kept the house quiet. I listened to the town in the distance. It stayed normal. A final knock came an hour and a half later. Twilight again. Spike again. Ready? She asked. Yes, I said. We will walk to the castle. It is clear. We left. The road was calm. A few ponies were out, but most were inside at this hour. Twilight kept a steady pace. Spike walked with a brisk stride. We reached the crystal castle. The doors were closed. 2 guards stood outside. They nodded to Twilight and stepped aside. We entered. The halls were bright and clean. Our hoofsteps echoed lightly and then faded. Twilight led us to a small meeting room near her map chamber. The table was simple. 3 chairs were set out. A side table held a tea set. No one else was present. This is the room, Twilight said. The princess will arrive in the throne room and then come here. We will keep the doors closed. Spike will remain if you are comfortable with that. Spike stays, I said. Spike gave a small thumbs up. I will take notes if needed. I will also nod if not needed. Twilight smiled at him and then looked at me. Anything else you want in place? No, I said. We waited. The castle air remained still. The time passed. A guard knocked once and opened the door. Princess Celestia has arrived. Thank you, Twilight said. Send her in alone, please. The guard nodded and withdrew. A moment later, Princess Celestia entered. Her pace was calm. Her wings were folded. Her crown sat steady. Her eyes were steady and kind. Good morning, she said. Princess, Twilight said with respect. Princess, Spike added, bowing slightly. I faced her and held my ground. Celestia. She studied me openly and without fear. Arceus, she said with a faint, polite nod. Thank you for agreeing to meet. Proceed, I said. Twilight closed the door quietly and stood to the side. She did not interrupt. Princess Celestia took the center chair. She did not sit yet. She looked at me, then to Twilight, then to Spike, then back to me. Twilight's report was clear. I have read it twice. Accurate report, I said. I appreciate accuracy, she replied. She took her seat. I am here to listen first. I have a few questions. I will not press beyond what you choose to share. Ask, I said. Who are you? I am Arceus. King of Pokemon. Origin of Pokemon. Why are you here? To live. To help the good. To act when needed. To keep the peace when it is threatened. Do you seek power in Equestria? No. Do you oppose me or my sister? No. Will you accept reasonable coordination with my student and with me? Yes. Do you intend harm to my citizens? No. She listened to each answer and took it without pushing. Twilight says you have 3 young dependents. Yes. I will not ask to see them today. She held my gaze so I understood she meant it. I trust Twilight's judgment on their care. Good, I said. She turned slightly toward Twilight. Twilight, thank you for handling this with care. Twilight gave a small smile. Of course. Princess Celestia looked back at me. I have seen many beings come to Equestria. Some bring trouble. Some bring gifts. Some bring both. You have brought neither yet. You have brought interest. I want to set a simple agreement. We will respect your privacy. You will respect our laws. If a crisis arises, you will coordinate with Twilight and me. If you need something, you will ask. If we need something, we will ask. Does this work for you? Yes. Good. She finally poured tea. Would you like tea? No. She poured for Twilight and Spike. Spike added a gem shard from his pocket to his cup and took a small sip. Princess Celestia continued. I am also curious. Twilight wrote that you appear equine but are not a pony. Would you prefer that we address you as an equestrian citizen for legal matters, or would you prefer a special status? This affects paperwork and expectations. Citizen status is fine. Special status for security if needed. Understood. She took a sip of tea. Twilight, make a note to inform Mayor privately. No public notices are needed. Twilight's quill moved. Done. Princess Celestia set her cup down. Last item. You raced Rainbow Dash yesterday and tied. She sent me a note about it before I left Canterlot. Her tone was factual and faintly amused. She wants a rematch. She asked me to ask you to show up. I am passing the message. I will show, I said. She will be happy to hear it. Princess Celestia stood. I will not take more of your time. I came to look you in the eye and set the tone. We have done that. Yes, I said. She offered a small, respectful bow of her head. I returned a single short nod. Twilight opened the door for her. Thank you for coming, Princess. Thank you for calling me, Twilight. Celestia stepped into the hall, then looked back at me once more. Welcome to Ponyville, Arceus. Thank you, I said. She left the room. The guard closed the door softly behind her. Twilight exhaled slowly. That went well. Clean, I said. Spike rolled his shoulders. No drama. That's rare. I like it. Twilight looked at me. Do you want to return to the house now, or would you like a quiet room here for an hour? House, I said. I will check the 3. All right, Twilight said. I will update Mayor privately today. No details beyond residency. I will ask Pinky to hold off on parties. I will put the castle at your disposal for private meetings if needed. You can use the side entrance anytime. Noted, I said. We walked out together. The halls were still clear. The guards kept their distance. Twilight walked with her usual measured pace. Spike kept up. Outside, the sun was fully up. The town had woken. Carts moved. Voices carried. Pegasi adjusted small clouds at the edge of the fields. Everything was normal. We reached my door. Twilight stopped. I will not hover. If you need anything today, send Spike a note or ask a guard to fetch me. Understood, I said. Spike waved. See you later. They left. I entered. I closed the door. I checked the back room. The three were still. Calm. The room was dim and quiet. I stood for a long minute and listened to their small breaths. They were steady. I returned to the front room. I sat. I reviewed the interview with Twilight and the meeting with Princess Celestia. Statements were logged. Agreements were set. Boundaries were clear. No conflict. No confusion. I ate another cinnamon bun. I cleaned the tray. I set the kitchen in order. I straightened the blanket on the crate again without waking the three. I checked each window latch. I set the door to easy open for Rainbow, Twilight, or Pinky if they came. The morning moved on. The town worked. The house held. Everything was in place for the next step. Chapter 5, Training in the Forest. The morning air was cool. The light was steady. The house was quiet except for the sound of movement from the back room. I opened the door. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina were awake. They stood in the crate. Their bodies were small but their eyes were alert. "Today, we train," I said. Dialga blinked once. Palkia tilted its head. Giratina shifted its wings. "We will go through the apple farm. Then into the forest. Quiet. No display until we are out of sight." They stepped out one at a time. Their hooves and claws touched the wood floor without sound. I opened the front door and let the light in. We walked out onto the dirt road. The town was already moving. A cart of hay rolled by. Rose Luck was arranging flowers at her stand. No pony stared for long. The three kept close behind me. We reached the road that turned toward Sweet Apple Acres. The fence line came into view, long and white, running along rows of green apple trees. The scent of the orchard was clean and fresh. Applejack was near the gate, stacking baskets. She noticed us at once. "Mornin', Arceus. And, you've got company." I stopped at the gate. "These are mine. Dialga, Palkia, Giratina. They will not cause trouble." Applejack looked at them with steady curiosity. "Don't reckon I've seen critters like 'em before." "They yours, they're fine by me. Just keep 'em clear of the trees if they've got a mind to chew bark or somethin'. They will stay in line," I said. Applejack tipped her hat. "All right then. You headin' through?" "Yes. To the forest." "Ever free, hey?" "Watch yourself. It's calmer than it used to be, but it's still the Everfree." "Noted," I said. She leaned against the fence. "You need me to show you the shortcut through the back of the orchard?" "No. I know the path." "All right. Holler if you need a guide back." I stepped through the gate. The three followed. The orchard was quiet except for the sound of leaves moving in the light wind. Apple trees stood in long, even rows. The grass between them was soft under hoof. "Single file," I said. They adjusted at once. We walked until the trees grew sparser and the fence at the back came into view. Beyond it, the grass gave way to the darker edge of the Everfree forest. The Everfree's border was sharp. Light dimmed under the canopy. The air shifted, carrying the smell of damp soil and thick greenery. I checked behind us. No ponies in sight. No watchers. No sound but the wind in the orchard leaves. "Over the fence," I said. Dialga jumped cleanly. Palkia followed with a single push. Giratina glided up and over. I stepped across. We entered the forest together. The canopy closed above us, filtering the sunlight into steady, low light. The ground was uneven, scattered with roots and moss. I set a straight path deeper in until the sound of the orchard was gone. I stopped in a small clearing. The space was flat. No signs of timber wolves, manticores, or cockatrices. This would work. This is where you train, I said. The three stood in front of me, watching. I looked to Dialga first. Time. Small control. Forward shift by 1 second. Hold. Dialga stepped forward. Its eyes glowed faintly blue. A shimmer ran across the air. A leaf falling from a branch paused, then fell faster to catch up to the present. Good, I said. Again. Dialga repeated the effect. No disruption to the ground. No sound spike. Stable. Stop, I said. Dialga's eyes dimmed. I turned to Palkia. Space. Short warp. 3 lengths forward. Return. Palkia's body lit with pink lines. It vanished and reappeared exactly where I had said. The air folded with a low pop, then stilled. Again, I said. It repeated. No displacement. No light flash beyond containment. I faced Giratina. Distortion. Shift local gravity. Lower by half. 10 seconds. Giratina's body flickered with grey light. The weight in the air eased. A loose branch on the ground floated upward by a hoof's height. After 10 seconds, the pull returned. The branch fell softly. Good, I said. We cycled again. Dialga. Palkia. Giratina. Each ran their set. Each kept power inside the limits. On the 5th pass, Palkia's second jump made a crack in the air behind it. The gap shimmered too long. Stop, I said. The air held the crack for 2 seconds. I stepped forward and set my hoof against it. The distortion sealed. The air cleared. Palkia lowered its head slightly. Small error, I said. Control the collapse speed. Hold structure until release. Palkia nodded once. We started again. Dialga's 7th shift sped the fall of 3 leaves instead of 1. The area radius had spread. Stop, I said. I reached into the field and compressed it. The extra radius vanished. Dialga steadied itself. Keep your radius to single target. Do not let it spread, I said. Dialga gave a small nod. Giratina's 8th run made the branch float higher than set. The pull back was too fast. Stop, I said. I caught the branch before it hit the ground hard and set it down. Lower lift. Smooth the drop, I said. Giratina clicked its wings once. We resumed. The errors did not repeat. The forest around us stayed still. A few birds passed overhead. No predators came close. The Everfree could sense strong presences. We ran the sequence until each could perform 10 consecutive clean uses without drift or excess. I counted each aloud. 9, I said as Dialga froze a falling seed pod for exactly the right span. 10, I said as Palkia completed a warp with no ripple. 10, I said as Giratina set a leaf down gently from half lift. I stepped forward to stand in front of them. Good. End of first set. You will improve with repetition. Errors will reduce. Dialga made a short, low sound. Palkia's tail shifted slightly. Giratina's wings flexed once and stilled. Return to orchard, I said. We left the clearing and retraced our steps. The light grew brighter as we neared the edge. The scent of apples replaced the damp forest air. We crossed the back fence again into the orchard. Applejack was farther down the row, bucking apples into baskets. She spotted us. Back already, she called. Yes. Training complete, I said. She glanced at the 3, then at me. They look steady. No trouble. No trouble. Good. Keep it that way. I will, I said. We walked through the orchard to the front gate. Applejack gave a small wave as we passed. The road to town was clear. The sun had risen higher. We returned to the house. I opened the door. The three went straight to the back room. They stepped into the crate and settled. Rest, I said. Dialga curled down first. Palkia sat and lowered its head. Giratina folded its wings and closed its eyes. The house went quiet again. Chapter 6, Invitation to the Circuit. The sun was high when I stepped into the main room. The house was still. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina had been resting since the training session. The sound of their breathing was steady in the back room. I checked the curtains. Light entered at the right angle. No heat pockets formed in the air. Everything was stable. A knock came at the front door fast, 3 taps, then a pause, then 2 more. I opened it. Rainbow Dash stood there, hovering slightly with her wings. She wore a wide, confident grin. Hey! Got a minute? Yes, I said. She landed and folded her wings. Good. I came to talk about the race circuit. I stepped back from the door. Enter. She came inside and looked around. Her eyes flicked toward the back room door, but she didn't ask about it. She focused on me again. So, here's the deal. The weather team and I set up a cloud gate course in the North Field this morning. It's ready for testing. Testing tomorrow, I said. Yet. I wanted to give you the heads up now so you can prep. It's a speed and turn setup 12 gates, 2 full laps. We built it so no pony gets an advantage from weather conditions. Totally fair. Describe the course, I said. Rainbow paced slowly across the room while she talked. First gates at ground level. Straight sprint for 50 lengths to the second gate, which is about a wing's height up. Then you do a left turn, 2 more gates in a curve, a climb to the highest point of the course, a quick drop, sharp right turn, and then a loop around a big central cloud before coming back to ground level. That's lap 1. Then you do it again. I kept my eyes on her. Gate spacing consistent? Mostly. The climb section has a little more distance between gates so you can build speed before turning at the top. I want to test how you handle altitude changes. Noted, I said. She stopped pacing and looked at me directly. I'm not holding back tomorrow. You shouldn't either. I will match you, I said. Her grin widened. Good. That's what I want. I moved toward the table. Time of start. Early morning. Before the thermals kick in and mess with the course. I'm thinking just after sunrise. That works, I said. Rainbow shifted her weight onto her hind legs, stretching her wings slightly. Weather's supposed to be clear. I checked the schedule myself. No wind shifts, no rain, no clouds except the ones we put there. Conditions optimal, I said. She nodded once. Exactly. I also told Twilight about it. She's bringing her timer spell again so we get accurate times. Applejack's gonna check the turn markers. Pinkie Pie, well, she's bringing snacks. She will bring pretzels, I said. Rainbow tilted her head. How do you know that? She told me. Rainbow laughed lightly. Figures. Anyway, I wanted to come in person so you'd have all the details. I'm serious about this test run. I want it clean. It will be, I said. Rainbow walked to the window and looked outside toward the road. So, you gonna bring any friends to watch? No. She glanced back. Fair enough. Guess it'll just be the usual crew and maybe a few curious ponies who wander over. That is fine, I said. Rainbow leaned on the windowsill. You know, after that tie the other day, ponies have been talking. Nothing bad, just curious. They're wondering who's faster. Tomorrow's gonna answer that. I stood still. Possibly. She smirked. Oh, it will. There was a moment of quiet. Outside, a cart rolled past, the sound of its wheels muffled by the dirt road. Rainbow turned back toward me. I also wanted to ask, you want to run a couple practice sprints today? Not the whole course, just some straight line bursts so you are loose tomorrow. No. I will run cold, I said. Rainbow raised an eyebrow. You're confident? Yes. She laughed again. All right. I'll respect that. I moved to the door. Show me the course layout. Rainbow's wings opened. You want to see it now? Yes. I will not run it. I will see it. She grinned. All right. Let's go. We stepped outside. The air was warmer now, but the breeze was light. Rainbow walked beside me for the first stretch of road, then lifted into a hover, moving at my pace. The road north of Ponyville was quiet. Open fields stretched out on both sides. In the distance, the white shapes of cloud gates were visible against the blue sky. We reached the edge of the north field. The grass here was short and even. The first gate stood in front of us, a solid oval of compacted cloud, wide enough for two ponies to pass through side by side. Rainbow pointed with her hoof. That's gate 1. Straight shot to gate 2 over there. I followed her point. The second gate was slightly higher, its edges trimmed neatly. Then left turn, Rainbow said, pointing again. Gates 3 and 4 curve around that small rise. Gate 5 is at the start of the climb. I scanned the line. Height at peak. About 20 lengths up. Gate 6 is the top one. Then you drop to gate 7, sharp right to gate 8, loop around the central cloud to gate 9, back to the ground for 10, straight sprint to 11, and a final tight turn to 12. That's one lap. I looked at the full path. Symmetrical laps. Yet. Second lap's the same. No changes. I nodded once. Good. Rainbow's eyes followed my gaze as I traced the course visually. So? Thoughts? Clear. Fair. Moderate technical demand. She grinned. Moderate? You'll see. I turned from the course and started back toward the road. Rainbow flew beside me. So, you ready? Yes, I said. She gave a short nod. Good. Sunrise tomorrow, meet here. Twilight'll be here early too. We'll run 2 heats, best time wins. Understood, I said. Rainbow slowed as we reached the split in the road that would take her toward her home in the clouds. All right. I'm gonna go fine-tune a couple of the gates before tomorrow. See you then. See you, I said. She shot into the air with a single strong beat of her wings, climbing fast before angling toward the field again. I returned to the house. The 3 were still resting in the back room. I checked on them briefly, all stable, all quiet. Chapter 7, A Royal Observer. The house was quiet in the afternoon. The sun had shifted past its peak. Dialga, Pakia, and Giratina were awake but calm, lying together in the crate in the back room. Their eyes followed me when I checked on them. You will stay here tonight, I said. I will be at the race tomorrow. You will rest until I return. Dialga gave a short, soft sound. Pakia blinked slowly. Giratina adjusted its wings once, then stilled. I closed the door gently and returned to the main room. The air inside was still. Outside, the faint sound of ponies talking on the road carried through the window. I stood near the table, reviewing the course details Rainbow Dash had given me earlier. A knock came soft, slow, and even. I opened the door. Fluttershy stood there, her mane falling over one side of her face. She gave me a small, polite smile. "Hello, Arceus." "Fluttershy," I said. "Come in." She stepped inside, moving with her usual quiet pace. Her eyes moved briefly over the room, then back to me. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything important." "No," I said. "State your reason for coming." Her ears shifted slightly. "I have a message for you. From Princess Celestia." I stood still. "Proceed." She nodded once. "She sent word through Twilight. She wanted me to tell you that she's planning to come to Ponyville tomorrow morning, to watch your race with Rainbow Dash." "Watch," I said. "Yes," Fluttershy confirmed. "She said she won't interfere at all. She just wants to observe. She'll keep her distance so she doesn't distract any pony." I considered this. "Where will she be?" Fluttershy moved closer to the table. "Twilight said the princess will probably stand on the ridge just north of the field. That way she can see the whole course without being right in the middle of the crowd." "That is acceptable," I said. Fluttershy gave a small relieved nod. "I thought you'd be alright with it, but I wanted to make sure." "Is there more to the message?" I asked. "Just that she's curious," Fluttershy said softly. "She read Twilight's report about you, but she said it's different to see some pony or somepony like in action." "I understand," I said. Fluttershy shifted her wings slightly. "She also mentioned that she's happy you agreed to the race. She thinks events like this help the town feel connected." "She is correct," I said. Fluttershy looked toward the window. A cart rolled past outside, the sound of its wheels steady. She waited until it was gone before speaking again. "Twilight also told me to tell you that the crowd will be small. Just the main six, Spike, a few weather ponies, and maybe some townsfolk who come to watch. Princess Celestia will arrive quietly before it starts." "Good," I said. She took a careful step toward the back room door but didn't open it. "Your 3 little ones. Will they be here during the race?" "Yes," I said. She nodded once. "I can check on them while you're gone, if you want." "That is fine," I said. "Check quietly." "Of course," Fluttershy said. "I won't touch anything they don't want me to. I'll just make sure they're safe." "They will be fine," I said. "But you may look in on them." "Thank you," she said softly. I moved to the table and set out 2 cups. "Tea." Fluttershy blinked once, then gave a small smile. "Oh, yes, thank you." I poured hot water from the kettle and added the leaves. The scent filled the room, light, simple, not strong. I slid 1 cup to her side of the table and sat opposite her. She wrapped her hooves around the cup but didn't drink right away. "Twilight said she's going to be timing the race again tomorrow. She'll be very precise." "She will," I said. "And Applejack will check the turn markers. Rarity's making sure the crowd has a clear place to stand so no pony gets in the way." "Organized," I said. Fluttershy smiled faintly. "Yes." "Pinkie Pies, well, she's bringing pretzels and lemonade. She said she wants to make sure no pony gets thirsty or hungry." "She already told me," I said. Fluttershy took a small sip of her tea. "Rainbow's really looking forward to it. She's been talking about the course all morning." "I have seen the course," I said. "Do you think it will be a close race again?" she asked. "Possibly," I said. "She is fast. I will match her." Fluttershy nodded slightly. "She'll like that. She loves competition." We sat in silence for a short moment, the only sound the faint clink of her cup when she set it down. Will Princess Celestia speak to you after the race? She asked. Unknown, I said. If she wants to, I will listen. She's very kind, Fluttershy said. I think she'll want to at least say hello. That is fine, I said. Fluttershy looked thoughtful for a moment. Twilight told me something else. She said the princess will be watching not just for speed, but for how you handle the course itself. How you take turns, how you climb, how you drop. She's interested in technique. I will run it clean, I said. Fluttershy smiled faintly again. I'm sure you will. The light through the window shifted as the sun moved lower. The road outside was quieter now. Most ponies were at home or in shops. Fluttershy finished her tea and set the cup down carefully. Thank you for letting me come by. I just wanted to make sure you knew. You did, I said. She stood, adjusting her wings. I'll be there tomorrow too. I'll be with the others. I'm not loud, but I'll be cheering for you. Noted, I said. She smiled softly. I'll see you in the morning then. I walked her to the door. She stepped outside and looked back once. Have a good evening, Arceus. You too, I said. She headed down the road toward her cottage. Her pace was steady, her tail swaying lightly behind her. I closed the door. The house was quiet again. I checked the back room. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina were still resting, though Palkia's eyes were open. Fluttershy will check on you tomorrow, I said. Palkia blinked once, then settled its head down again. I returned to the main room. The rest of the day passed without interruption. The sun lowered. The shadows lengthened. Chapter 8, Race Day. The morning air was cold enough to hold still against my coat. The light was pale and clear. No clouds drifted overhead except for the ones that were part of the course. I opened the back room door. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina were awake but not restless. I leave now, I said. You will remain here. Fluttershy may come to check on you. She will not disturb you. Dialga blinked once. Palkia gave a quiet, short sound. Giratina shifted its wings slightly. You will rest, I said. They settled back into the crate. I closed the door softly and checked the latch. The front room was empty except for the cushions by the window. I stepped outside. The road to the north field was quiet. Frost clung to the grass on the edges. Ponyville was still waking. A few ponies moved through the streets carrying baskets, setting out shop signs, but most homes were still shut. By the time I reached the split in the road toward the north field, the breeze had picked up slightly. The white shapes of the cloud gates were visible in the distance, positioned exactly as Rainbow Dash had described 2 days ago. The sound of voices reached me before I saw the ponies. Twilight's voice carried, even though she wasn't speaking loudly. Pinkie Pie's voice was higher and faster. I stepped onto the field. The ground was flat, the grass trimmed. The first gate stood wide and solid, its cloud edges neat. The other gates stretched out in a winding line toward the far end. Twilight Sparkle was near the start line, adjusting the placement of 2 thin flags in the ground. Spike stood beside her, holding a clipboard and quill. Pinkie Pie had a small cart behind her, loaded with pretzels, lemonade, and a stack of paper cups. Applejack was walking the far side of the starting area, checking the soil for loose patches. Rarity was talking to her, pointing at a line of ribbon she had tied between 2 posts to mark the edge of the viewing area. Fluttershy stood near the ribbon, looking out toward the ridge in the north. Rainbow Dash hovered above the starting line, wings moving just enough to keep her steady in the air. Her eyes locked onto me the moment I stepped into view. You made it, she said. Yes, I said. She landed in front of me. We're starting in a little while. I already walked the course one last time. Everything's good to go. Clear, I said. Twilight came over, setting the flags down. Princess Celestia arrived about 10 minutes ago. She's on the ridge just north of the field, like we planned. She's keeping her distance. I turned my head. The ridge was far enough away that the ponies gathered here wouldn't hear anyone speaking up there. Celestia stood still at its highest point, wings folded, mane moving in the breeze. She was watching, but not in a way that distracted. She will stay there? I asked. Yes, Twilight said. She said she'll only come down if you or Rainbow want to talk to her after the race. Fine, I said. Rainbow stretched her wings. So, you ready? Yes, I said. Pinkie rolled her cart closer. Pretzels are here. Lemonade is here. I'm gonna hand them out after the first heat so no pony gets too thirsty. Applejack trotted over from the far side. Ground's firm. No loose dirt in the turn zones. Perfect, Rainbow said. Rarity adjusted the ribbon marking again. Spectators will be kept back far enough to give you both space. No crowding the finish line. Fluttershy stepped closer. I'll keep an eye on the birds so none of them fly into the gates during the race. Good, I said. Twilight lit her horn. A faint magical grid appeared over the field for a moment, marking each gate position, then faded. All gates are stable. No movement in the clouds. Rainbow smirked. Told you we built it right. Twilight looked at both of us. We'll run 2 heats. 1 lap each time is 12 gates. Best combined time wins. No penalties unless you miss a gate entirely. Clear, I said. Rainbow nodded. Got it. Twilight turned to Spike. You'll track times on both the clipboard and the spell log. Spike adjusted the quill in his claws. On it. Pinkie bounced once. Do we get to do a countdown again? Yes, Rainbow said. But keep it fair. Pinkie saluted. You got it. The crowd was small, maybe 8 other ponies had wandered over, standing behind the ribbon to watch. None spoke loudly. Most just watched the setup. Twilight motioned to the start line. Both of you here. Rainbow walked to her side of the line. I took mine. The dirt under my hooves was even. The air was still. Twilight nodded to Pinkie. You're on. Pinkie stepped forward. 3, 2, 1, go. Rainbow shot forward instantly. Her wings hit their first heartbeats and she was airborne just above the ground. I moved at the same moment, my stride extending. The first gate came fast. We passed through together. The air shifted around us. The second gate was higher. Rainbow climbed in a clean arc. I adjusted my path in a direct line. The left turn to gates 3 and 4 was tight. Rainbow leaned into it without losing height. I kept my turns close to the posts, cutting the distance slightly. We were even as we reached gate 5 at the start of the climb. The ascent to gate 6 was steep. Rainbow used strong wing beats, I used precise ground strikes to drive upward. We hit the peak together, passing through gate 6 without touching the edges. The drop to gate 7 required control. Rainbow folded her wings halfway and dove. I adjusted my weight forward for speed. We reached the bottom nearly even. The right turn to gate 8 was sharp. Rainbow's wings flared briefly to keep her balance. I pivoted on my lead hooves and pushed off in the new direction. Gate 9 was the loop around the central cloud. Rainbow took a high line around it, I stayed low. We came out at the same time. The last stretch to gates 10 and 11 was flat and fast. Rainbow's wing beats quickened. My stride lengthened. We passed through gate 11 almost together. The final turn to gate 12 was narrow. Rainbow pulled hard left. I stepped in close. We crossed the finish line nearly at the same instant. Twilight's timer spell flashed. Spike looked down at his clipboard. First heat Arceus, 23.6 seconds. Rainbow Dash, 23.5 seconds. Rainbow grinned. Half a tenth. That's close. Yes, I said. Pinkie rolled her cart forward. Pretzel break. Lemonade break. Rainbow took a pretzel and bit into it quickly. I did the same. The salt balanced the dry air in my mouth. Twilight checked the gates again with her magic. No damage. Ready for heat 2? Yes, I said. Rainbow nodded. Let's go. We returned to the line. Pinkie took her place again. 3, 2, 1, go. This time Rainbow launched slightly faster. She took the lead by half a length through Gate 1. I matched her pace and closed the gap at Gate 2. The left turn to Gates 3 and 4 was sharper this time. Rainbow leaned more aggressively. I stayed tight on the inside. The climb to Gate 6 was even. We reached it together. The drop to Gate 7 was fast. Rainbow dove hard, I followed with exact timing. At the right turn to Gate 8, Rainbow tried to widen her arc for more speed into the loop. I cut closer and gained a fraction. The loop around the central cloud was nearly perfect for both of us. We exited at the same moment. On the stretch to Gates 10 and 11, Rainbow pushed harder, gaining half a length. I closed it just before the final turn. We crossed Gate 12 together. Twilight's timer flashed again. Spike, read the numbers. Second heat Arceus, 23.3 seconds. Rainbow Dash, 23.3 seconds. Exact tie. The small crowd clapped their hooves lightly. Rainbow laughed. We tied again. Unbelievable. Accurate, I said. Twilight smiled. Combined times Arceus, 46.9 seconds. Rainbow Dash, 46.8 seconds. Rainbow wins by 1/10 overall. Rainbow pumped a hoof in the air. Yes. Then she turned to me. That was awesome. You're fast. You too, I said. From the ridge, Princess Celestia raised a hoof in a small, polite wave. She had not moved during the race. Twilight glanced that way, then looked at me. She's signaling. Do you want to talk to her? Yes, I said. Chapter 9, Meeting on the Ridge. The field grew quiet behind us as more ponies drifted away from the ribbon line. The wind on the slope was steady. The sky was clear. Twilight walked beside me without speaking until we reached the ridge. Princess Celestia stood at the crest. She looked toward the course one last time, then turned to face us. Her posture was relaxed. Her expression was open and attentive. Arceus. Twilight, she said with a small nod. Princess, Twilight answered, returning the nod. I stopped a few steps away. Princess Celestia. Thank you for coming up. She glanced past us toward the first gate and the start line. I will not speak at length about the race. It was well run. My reason for asking you here is different. She shifted her focus back to me. I would like to speak about the Pokémon you mentioned. All right, I said. Twilight's horn glowed faintly. A notebook and quill appeared from her saddlebag. She did not interrupt. She set the quill ready but did not write until asked. Celestia spoke in a steady tone. When we met at the castle, you said you are the origin of a species called Pokémon. You showed Twilight 3 of them at your home. She described them in her report as Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, currently small and developing. Do you intend to create more in Equestria? Yes, I said. How many in the near term? She asked. 3. Twilight's quill hovered above the page. Which three? Uxie. Mesprit. Azelf. Twilight wrote the names clearly. Spellings noted. Celestia regarded me with care. Tell me about them. Purpose. Abilities. Risks. Anything you judge relevant. I kept my tone even. They are called the Lake Guardians. Each is a distinct being. Uxie is linked to knowledge. Mesprit is linked to emotion. Azelf is linked to willpower. They are not destructive by nature. They are defensive. They teach. They stabilize. They do not seek conflict. Twilight paused her quill. Defensive how? They resist manipulation of minds and hearts. They can calm or isolate harmful influences that target thought or feeling. They can assist memory integrity and resolve. They can shield a small area from those effects. Celestia listened without moving. Do they impose changes on others without consent? No, I said. Their baseline behavior is passive. They respond when asked, or when an obvious harm is present. I will set strict limits. They will not act on ponies without supervision or clear need. Twilight resumed writing. That is important to note. Celestia continued, why create these three next? Because the town is peaceful, but the world has threats that target the mind, trust, and resolve. These three help communities endure that class of threat. They are not weapons. They are guardians. Twilight raised her head. Will they need lakes? They function best near calm water. A lake or a large pond is optimal. Forest ponds can work. Celestia glanced toward the north where the Everfree forest began. The Everfree has several ponds and small lakes. Some are quiet. Some are not. Do you intend to place them there? Yes, I said. I will not place them in town. I will not place them on farms. A secluded body of water is best. Twilight turned a page. Everfree placement carries risks of contact with creatures like timberwolves or manticores. They can avoid hostile wildlife. They can mask their presence. They are small and fast. Their default is to hide. Celestia's gaze stayed steady. How large will they be at first? Full-sized fur ponies. Small and light. They do not need food. They need quiet and time. Do they speak? Twilight asked. They can communicate. They do not use words often. They convey clear meaning when they choose. Celestia considered that. You spoke earlier about rules. State your rules for them. Rule 1, they will not enter Ponyville without my approval or Twilight's approval. Rule 2, they will not interact with ponies directly unless invited by me, by Twilight, or by Princess Celestia. Rule 3, they will not use influence on minds or emotions inside inhabited areas. Rule 4, they will retreat if confronted rather than escalate. Rule 5, they will notify me if they detect an obvious mental threat near town. I will handle it with you. Twilight wrote each rule in order. She read them back to confirm accuracy. All correct. Celestia nodded slowly. Good. How will you ensure compliance? They answer to me. They will receive the rules exactly as stated. They will be made with those constraints in place. If they encounter an exception, they will return to me immediately. Twilight lowered her quill. How soon do you want to do this? Within 2 days, I said. At dawn or dusk? Low traffic. Fewer eyes. Celestia looked toward the ridge's far edge, then back. I prefer dawn. Fewer ponies near the forest edge. Less chance of a surprise observer. Dawn works, I said. Twilight flipped to a new sheet. Location choice. We should pick a specific pond. The one near Fluttershy's cottage is too close to homes. The large lake near the train line is too visible. The mirror pool area is off limits by decree after previous incidents. There's a quiet pond east of Zecora's path that rarely sees traffic. It is deep enough and shaded. Celestia asked, is it inside the safe routes or deeper? Just off a known path, Twilight said. Zecora can pointed out. It is calm. I have seen ducks there and nothing else. I answered, that pond is acceptable. Celestia took a breath. Will you allow me and Twilight to observe the creation? Yes, I said. No guards. No crowd. Spike may attend if Twilight wishes. Fluttershy may attend. No other observers. Twilight's ears lifted. Fluttershy would be careful and calm. She understands quiet. Celestia agreed. Her presence is suitable. Twilight wrote a short list: Arceus, Celestia, Twilight, Spike, optional, Fluttershy, optional. No guards. She looked up. Do you want Rainbow Dash informed? No, I said. She attracts attention. Not by intent. By effect. This should be quiet. Celestia's mouth softened at the corner. Accurate. Rainbow means well, but she gathers watchers. Twilight rolled the list back into her saddlebag for a moment, then took it out again. What about the 3 at your house? Do they need anything before you create the Lake Guardians? No. They will rest. Fluttershy can check on them while we are out. Twilight nodded. I'll tell her. Celestia lowered her voice a little. One more category. Conflicts. If a hostile being attempts to seize the Lake Guardians, will they be vulnerable? They are evasive. If someone attempts forced control, I will intervene. They will not comply. They will flee and alert me. Twilight wrote that line. Understood. Celestia stood in place without shifting her hooves. I appreciate your direct answers. I have additional questions about longer-term integration. Ask, I said. Will you eventually create more beyond those 3? She asked. Yes. Slowly. Based on need. Each will have placement rules. Will you allow me to be informed before each creation? Yes. You and Twilight will know first. Twilight looked relieved. Thank you. That will make coordination easier. Celestia continued, if a Pokémon causes an incident by accident, will you handle restitution and correction? Yes. I will repair what I can and set stricter rules. Twilight's quill paused. Classification. When you say repair, you mean physical repair, not undoing choices of ponies. Correct. I will not alter ponies' choices. I will not erase decisions. Celestia seemed satisfied. Good. That respects our laws and our culture. Twilight took a step closer to me. I have a practical question about the creation itself. Will there be light, sound, or environmental changes that could alarm wildlife or ponies nearby? There will be a brief glow and a quiet tone. It will not carry far. No shockwave. No heat. The pond surface will ripple for a short time. That is all. Twilight wrote those details. Duration. Under 1 minute from start to finish per guardian, I said. I will do them one at a time. Order, she asked. Uxie first. Then Mesprit. Then Azelf. Twilight wrote the order. Why that order? Knowledge stabilizes the baseline. Then emotion. Then will. It reduces conflict between them. Celestia accepted that without comment. After creation, will they remain visible? No. They will enter the water or the reeds and rest. Twilight asked, Can I speak to them? Yes. Keep it short. No tests today. Let them acclimate. She smiled a little. Of course. Celestia looked toward Ponyville. We should set a time now so there is no confusion. Tomorrow at dawn. Yes, I said. Twilight checked the sun's position and calculated out loud. Tomorrow's sunrise is just after 6. If we meet at my castle at 5:30, we can walk through the orchard and reach the pond on time. Agreed, I said. Celestia nodded. I will arrive at the castle before 5:30 and avoid drawing attention. I will not bring guards into the forest. They can remain at the castle if needed. Twilight scribbled a small schedule grid. Castle meet, 5:30. Departure, 5:40. Pond arrival, 5:55. Creation window, 6:006:10. Quiet observation, 6:10 6:25. Return by 6:45. I read the times. Works. Celestia relaxed a small degree. Thank you. I have one last topic. Documentation. She looked to Twilight. I want a record but I do not want it public. Twilight raised her notebook. I will keep 2 sets. A personal research log and a short summary for the princess. No distribution beyond us without consent. Approved, I said. Celestia gave Twilight a grateful look. Good. We stood quietly for a short span. The breeze was steady. From the field, Pinky's voice carried once and then faded. Rainbow's laugh answered and then went quiet. Twilight broke the silence. Do you want me to check the pond this afternoon to confirm nothing has moved in? Sometimes a hydra migrates through that area during early summer. Yes, I said. Check now. Ask Zekora. Note any tracks. I can do that, Twilight said. I will take Fluttershy. She notices things I miss. Celestia approved. Go with caution. Do not linger long. Twilight tucked the notebook away. We should tell Fluttershy about the time and place. I'll keep it brief. She looked to me. Do you want me to tell Applejack we will cross the orchard at dawn? Yes, I said. She prefers notice. Twilight smiled. I'll stop by the farm on my way. Celestia looked at me again. Do you want any assistance tonight? No. I will prepare at home. The 3 will rest. Very well. Celestia glanced toward the town. We should return to the field and give a short greeting so no Pony wonders why we came up here and stayed away. No details, just a simple appearance. That is fine, I said. We descended together. Twilight moved with a steady pace and a slight forward lean. Celestia walked with even steps. I matched them. The ground shifted from rock back to firm soil and then to clipped grass as we neared the start area. Rainbow saw us first. She waved with a wing and trotted over. Hey! Did you talk about the race? Celestia smiled at her. Very briefly. It was well run. Rainbow's chest lifted a little. Thanks, Princess. She looked at me. Rematch later this week. Later, I said. After tomorrow morning. Rainbow blinked. What's tomorrow morning? Twilight cut in smoothly. Princess business. Nothing to worry about. She gave Rainbow a friendly look. I'll let you know about practice times for the circuit. Cool, Rainbow said, satisfied. Applejack joined us, adjusting her hat. Princess. Mighty fine to see you. Y'all need anything from the farm today? Thank you, Applejack, Celestia replied. All is well. Rarity arrived a step behind. Princess Celestia, it's lovely you were able to visit. It is good to be here, Celestia said. Pinkie popped up next to the cart. Princess. Pretzel. Celestia accepted one with a small smile. Thank you, Pinkie. Fluttershy stood a little back. She met my eyes briefly and gave a faint nod, as if to say she was ready for whatever Twilight would ask of her next. Twilight stepped near Fluttershy and spoke in a low voice. Can you come with me to the Everfree for a quick check of a pond? I'll explain on the way. Fluttershy nodded. Yes. Twilight turned to Spike. Can you bring my second notebook and 2 rolls of ribbon from the castle? Meet me at the path entrance in 15 minutes. On it, Spike said, saluting with the quill. Celestia took a small sip of the lemonade Pinkie had placed beside the pretzels. She addressed the group in a calm tone. Thank you all for organizing a fair and spirited race. Ponyville continues to set a good example for friendly competition. She did not mention anything beyond that. The small cluster of town's ponies who had stayed to the end seemed satisfied with that and began to head out. Rainbow did a short loop in the air and then landed again. I'm gonna take down 2 of the gates and adjust the corner on 8. I think we can shave a little time off without making it unfair. Twilight nodded. Keep the total distance equal. Got it, Rainbow said, already moving. Applejack looked toward the orchard. I'm headed back to the farm. I'll see y'all around. Rarity excused herself for a fitting. Fluttershy gave me one last glance and then fell into step with Twilight and Spike as they set off toward town. Celestia finished the pretzel and set the napkin neatly on Pinkie's cart. I will return to the castle to wait for Twilight's update on the pond. I will return home, I said. Celestia gave me a simple nod. Tomorrow at 5:30. On time, I said. She walked with me a short distance until the path split. She then turned toward the castle with a guard at a respectful distance trailing far behind on the road, not close enough to overhear anything. I continued toward my house. Ponyville was fully awake now. Shops were open. Ponies greeted each other as they passed. Carrots and flowers were on stalls. The smells from Sugar Cube Corner drifted across the square. I kept my pace even and steady. At the house, I opened the door and stepped in. The back room was quiet. I cracked the door and checked the 3. Dialga lifted its head and then put it back down. Palkia watched me and then closed its eyes. Giratina did not move. All was stable. I closed the door softly and returned to the main room. I set the cushions straight. I checked the window latches. I tested the front door's hinge to make sure it would not squeak in the morning. A light knock came. I opened the door. Twilight stood there with Fluttershy and Spike. Twilight had a small roll of ribbon in her magic and a short map. We're heading to the Everfree now, she said. Quick check. We'll be brief. Go, I said. Fluttershy spoke softly. We'll be careful. Spike pointed at the map. Zecora drew a little X where the pond is. Should be easy to find. Twilight offered a small smile. We'll report back in an hour. I nodded. I will be here. They left at an efficient pace. I closed the door, sat, and waited. The time passed without disturbance. I used the quiet to review the rules again, line by line, and the sequence of creation, step by step. Another knock sounded after about an hour. I opened the door. Twilight, Fluttershy, and Spike were back. Twilight's mane had a few leaves in it. She brushed them away with magic. Pond is clear, she said. No predators. We saw frogs, ducks, and dragonflies. No hydra tracks. The bank is firm. There's a flat spot with cover where we can stand. Fluttershy added, there's a small tree with low branches that will make a good screen. The water is clean. I tested it with a cup. It tasted fresh. Spike held up the ribbon. We tied a small piece on a twig off the path where you need to turn. Hard to miss. Good, I said. Thank you. Twilight smiled. We'll see you in the morning at 5:30. On time, I said again. They left. I closed the door. The house settled. The rest of the day moved in a straight, simple pattern. Pinky knocked once to drop off 2 extra pretzels and a bottle of lemonade for later. I set them aside and returned to quiet. Night came without incident. I checked the 3 once more. I dimmed the front room. I kept the door clear and the path through the room uncluttered. Before dawn, I stood and moved through my checks. Everything held. Chapter 10, Lake Guardians. The air was cold enough to sting the nose when I stepped outside. The street lamps were still lit in the dim pre-dawn light. Ponyville was silent. No wind moved through the branches yet. I closed the front door quietly behind me. Dialga, Pakia, and Giratina were asleep in the back room, all 3 curled together. They would remain undisturbed until I returned. The dirt road crunched under my hooves as I walked toward Twilight's castle. Frost edged the grass along the sides. My breath came out in short clouds. The castle's crystal surface reflected the faintest orange from the horizon. The doors were open a crack. Twilight stood inside with a scarf around her neck. Spike was at her side with a rolled map and the small piece of ribbon they had tied at the forest path yesterday. Fluttershy was also there, wrapped in a light cloak, her mane pulled to one side to keep it out of her eyes. Celestia stood a little further inside, her mane moving in the still air. She had no guards with her. Twilight stepped forward. "You're here on time." "Yes," I said. Celestia gave a small nod. "We leave now." We moved as a group. The streets were empty. Only the sound of our steps carried. When we reached the edge of Ponyville, the ground began to slope toward the orchard. The trees of Sweet Apple Acres stood dark in the low light, branches bare of leaves but still strong. Applejack was there at the first row, leaning on the fence. She tipped her hat. "Morning, y'all. Path's clear. You'll want to follow the south row until the end, then cut toward the old gate. Less frost there. Watch your step." Twilight thanked her. We kept walking. The orchard soil was firm under the frost. The air smelled faintly of earth and wood. Fluttershy walked near me. The pond is always so quiet in the morning. Even the frogs don't make much noise until the sun's higher. "Good," I said. Spike adjusted the map in his claws. "We turn left at the end of this row, right?" "Yes," Twilight confirmed. "Then we follow the old fence line into the forest." The forest edge was darker. The trees here grew close together, their trunks straight. The path was narrow but clear. The air cooled further under the shade. Celestia walked at the front now, her steps steady and deliberate. Twilight stayed just behind her, eyes scanning the undergrowth. The ribbon marker appeared on a low branch. Twilight pointed to it. "Turn here. It's a short walk to the pond." The trail narrowed again. The sound of water moving faintly came into range. The trees opened into a small clearing. The pond sat still under the dim sky, the surface flat except for a single duck gliding near the far reeds. The bank on this side was dry and firm. A small tree with low branches stood to the left, giving partial cover from the path. Celestia looked across the water, then to me. "This location is acceptable." "Yes," I said. Twilight unrolled her notebook and prepared her quill. "Ready when you are." I stepped closer to the edge of the bank. The water reflected the pale sky, unbroken except for the small ripples from the duck. Celestia and Twilight stood side by side. Fluttershy moved quietly to one side of the tree. Spike stood with her, holding the map rolled under one arm. I will begin with Uxie, I said. Twilight dipped her quill in ink. Starting time 6 o'clock. I focused. The creation process was deliberate. Energy gathered in a concentrated sphere above the water. A faint golden light formed, steady and soft. No heat. No wind. The sphere condensed, taking the shape of a small figure. Uxie's yellow head fins and closed eyes were distinct. Its body was small, light blue, with 2 tails tipped in red. It floated just above the surface for a moment before lowering itself to touch the water. This is Uxie, I said. Twilight wrote quickly. Size, full-sized. Behavior, calm. Position, floating just above the water's surface. Celestia stepped forward slightly, her voice low. Does it see us? Yes, I said. It senses you. Uxie turned slightly toward us but did not approach. It remained still above the water. Next will be Mesprit, I said. Another sphere of light formed, this one pink. The shape resolved into Mesprit, with its small body, long tails, and pink head crest. It hovered a short distance from Uxie, tails swaying slowly. Mesprit, I said. Twilight noted the name and appearance. Celestia watched without breaking her stance. It is watching Fluttershy. Yes, I said. It reads emotions passively. Mesprit drifted slightly toward the left, keeping distance from the bank. Last will be Azelf, I said. The third sphere was blue, brighter than the others. The shape of Azelf formed, smaller and more compact. Its tails were shorter, its eyes open and direct. It hovered higher than the others before lowering toward the waterline. Azelf, I said. Twilight finished her notes. All 3 created within minutes. No surge, no noise beyond the initial tone. Celestia stepped beside me. You can control them. Yes, I said. At any time. They cannot ignore a direct command from me. Twilight looked up from her notebook. Do they understand the rules now? Yes, I said. I have given them already. I faced the 3. Repeat your first rule. In unison, their voices sounded directly into my mind, clear, neutral, and even. We will not enter Ponyville without your approval or Twilight's approval. Twilight blinked. That's perfectly synchronized. Celestia nodded once. Efficient. Second rule, I said. We will not interact with ponies directly unless invited by you, Twilight, or Princess Celestia. Third rule, I said. We will not use influence on minds or emotions inside inhabited areas. Fourth rule, I said. We will retreat if confronted rather than escalate. Fifth rule, I said. We will notify you if we detect an obvious mental threat near town. Twilight wrote every word. Confirmed. All rules understood. Fluttershy stepped closer to me. May I say hello to them? Yes, I said. Keep your voice low. She took 2 slow steps toward the bank. Hello, Uxie. Mesprit. Azelf. Mesprit drifted a little closer, stopping a few lengths away. Uxie inclined its head slightly. Azelf remained still, watching. Celestia observed them. They do not seem alarmed. No, I said. They are stable. Twilight asked, do you want to test a simple command? Yes, I said. I faced the 3. Rise 3 lengths above the water. Hold for 5 counts. Return. They lifted in perfect unison, rose exactly 3 lengths, held for 5 counts, and lowered back to the waterline. No disturbance marked their movement except the faintest ripple. Twilight wrote, Command test successful. No hesitation. Celestia said, they follow instantly. Yes, I said. We stayed at the bank for several minutes, watching them adjust their positions. They moved slowly, keeping distance from one another but remaining within sight. Twilight closed her notebook. I have all the observations I need for now. Celestia looked to me. Will you leave them here now? Yes, I said. They will remain here. They will avoid the path and avoid contact. Fluttershy smiled faintly. They look comfortable already. Azelf dipped its tail in the water once and then stilled. Mesprit floated slightly higher. Uxie kept to the same level, unmoving. Celestia stepped back. Then our work here is done. We should return before the day begins in earnest. Twilight rolled her notebook and tucked it away. I'll check on them quietly in a few days. Yes, I said. We turned from the bank and started back toward the ribbon marker. The sound of the pond faded as we entered the narrow path again. Chapter 11, Early Morning Questions. The walk back through the forest was the same as before: narrow trail, steady footing, faint dampness in the air. The ribbon marker passed on our left. The orchard came into view between the trunks. The sky had shifted toward pale gold now, sunlight touching the upper branches. Applejack was still near the fence where we had seen her earlier. She was stacking a short pile of baskets. Back already, she said. Everything go all right? Yes, I said. Good to hear, she replied. She tipped her hat toward Celestia and Twilight, then went back to her work. We crossed the orchard rows. The frost was starting to soften under the light. The ground smelled faintly of thawing earth. The group reached the road that led into Ponyville. From here, ponies were beginning their morning routines: windows opening, doors swinging outward, carts being pulled into position. Twilight and Fluttershy split off toward the castle. Spike followed with the map still tucked under his arm. Celestia went with them without a word. I kept my path straight toward my house. The door was in sight when I noticed a familiar shape leaning against the fence. Rainbow Dash was there, wings half open, tail flicking lazily. She looked up as soon as I stepped closer. Hey, she said, straightening. You've been up early. Didn't see you at all this morning. Yes, I said. Her eyebrow lifted. Yeah, I figured you were out for a run or something. But you didn't take the usual routes. I checked the field around the north course. Empty. So, she tilted her head. Where'd you go? I stopped at the gate. Away from town. Rainbow stepped off the fence. Okay, sure, but where exactly? You're not usually the mystery morning walk type. I went with Twilight, Celestia, Fluttershy, and Spike, I said. She blinked. Whoa, the princess was here this morning. I didn't see her fly in. She arrived quietly, I said. Rainbow narrowed her eyes slightly. Okay, so all of you went out together? What was it about? Business, I said. She gave a short laugh. You're not gonna tell me, are you? No, I said. Not yet. Rainbow stepped closer, wings folding against her sides. Is it dangerous? No, I said. It is complete. She tilted her head. So it's done. Whatever it was. Yes. Rainbow made a face halfway between curiosity and resignation. You're really not giving me anything here. That is correct, I said. She sighed. All right, fine. But you know, when you vanish with a group like that before dawn, ponies are gonna wonder. I expected that, I said. Rainbow smirked faintly. Well, I'm definitely wondering. I opened the gate and stepped toward the door. She followed without hesitation. Hey, I'm not leaving yet. State your reason, I said. Reason? I just came by to see if you wanted to hit the course later today. Or maybe tomorrow morning. You know, keep sharp after that race yesterday. Not today, I said. Rainbow tilted her head again. Rest day. Yes, I said. She shrugged. All right. But tomorrow? Possibly, I said. I will confirm in the morning. Rainbow moved to the side of the porch and looked in through the front window. Those three little ones still here? Yes, I said. Sleeping? She asked. Yes. She grinned. Man, you're short with your answers today. I am consistent, I said. Rainbow leaned against the railing. You know, Twilight's been scribbling in that notebook of hers a lot since she met you. I bet half of it's about you. Possible, I said. She snorted. You don't even care. I am aware, I said. Rainbow chuckled. All right. You're impossible to get a rise out of. That is accurate, I said. She tilted her head toward the road. Anyway, I'm gonna be doing some cloud work for the rest of the morning. Weather team's clearing the west field. Might take until noon. Understood, I said. Rainbow took a few steps toward the gate, then paused. Seriously though, no hint about where you went? No, I said. She sighed again. Fine. But you know I'll find out eventually. When it is time, I said. Rainbow gave a short laugh and shook her head. You're something else, Arceus. She walked toward the road, then took off in a smooth launch, wings catching the air. She banked left and disappeared toward the west. The street was quieter again. I opened the door and stepped inside. The air was cool and still. I checked the back room. Dialga lifted its head at the sound of the door. Palkia shifted slightly but did not rise. Giratina stayed still. All three looked at me for a moment before settling again. Chapter 12, Persistence. After Rainbow flew off toward the west field, the house settled back into silence. I closed the front door, latched it, and crossed the room to check the back again. Dialga had already lowered its head, Palkia was curled tight against it, and Giratina had shifted slightly to face the wall. They were still calm. I stepped back into the main room and sat for a while, watching the window. The sunlight rose higher, changing the angle of light on the floor. The sound of hoof steps outside passed now and then, light and quick ponies starting their morning. Around midday, I made a short meal from what was left on the shelf. The food was plain, but it was enough. After, I stayed by the window, listening. Most of the noise was ordinary carts rolling over the dirt road, a few greetings exchanged in the distance. It was almost 2 hours later when I heard a quick set of wing beats outside. The shadow passed over the front wall, then the sound of hooves hitting the porch followed. A knock came a second later, quick, even, not impatient. I opened the door. Rainbow Dash stood there with a small paper bag tucked under one wing. Hey again, she said, stepping inside without waiting for an answer. Hope you weren't napping. No, I said. She looked around the room briefly. Good. Because I brought snacks. She set the bag down on the table and nudged it toward me. Figured we could hang out. You know, talk. About what? I asked. Rainbow shrugged. Stuff. The race yesterday. The town. Oh, and maybe about where you went this morning. She grinned a little at the last part. I didn't move toward the bag. You are persistent. She sat on the cushion nearest to the table. Yet. I don't give up easy. I stayed standing. You will not get details about this morning. Rainbow pulled out a small pretzel stick from the bag and bit it in half. We'll see. I've got time. I said nothing. She leaned back slightly, chewing. So, about the race. I've been thinking. We should set up a rematch soon. Maybe change the course a bit, make it longer. You up for it? Not now, I said. Later then, she said quickly. You're not getting out of it that easy. I gave a short nod. Rainbow glanced toward the back door. The three little ones still doing okay? Yes, I said. Sleeping again? Yes. She popped another pretzel into her mouth. Man, they must be really low energy. You sure they're not sick or something? They are fine, I said. Rainbow tilted her head, studying my expression. Okay. I'll take your word for it. But you've been spending a lot of time with them. What, are they like your students or something? They are learning, I said. She waited for more, then sighed when none came. You're really good at not talking about stuff, you know that. Yes, I said. She smirked. All right, fine. Let's talk about something else. You settling in okay here? Ponyville can be a little weird sometimes, but most ponies are nice. Yes, I said. The town is stable. Rainbow raised an eyebrow. Stable? That's a weird way to put it. But I guess you're right. Not much bad happens here. Unless it's like a Tuesday or something. I didn't answer. She leaned forward on her forelegs. You don't talk much, do you? I talk when it is needed, I said. Rainbow laughed lightly. Yeah, I noticed. You probably drive Pinky crazy. She is fine, I said. Rainbow took a sip from a small juice bottle she'd pulled from the bag. So, no hint about this morning's trip? Not even like a little one. No, I said. She groaned and leaned back. Come on. You can tell me at least what direction you went. Out of town, I said. That's not helpful, she said, pointing a hoof at me. It is accurate, I said. Rainbow dropped her hoof with a sigh. All right, all right. I'll let it go, for now. I knew she wouldn't. She reached into the bag again. Want one? They're honey glazed. No, I said. She shrugged and ate one herself. Your loss. The room stayed quiet for a moment except for the sound of her chewing. Outside, a cart rolled past. A pony called out a greeting to someone farther down the road. Rainbow set the bag aside. You know, I could just follow you next time you go out early. You could try, I said. She grinned. That's not a no. It is not a yes either, I said. Rainbow laughed again. All right, all right. I'll play it cool. For now. She looked toward the window. Weather's gonna be clear tomorrow. I might head out to Ghastly Gorge in the afternoon. Ever been there? No, I said. Well, it's big, and it's got a lot of dangerous stuff, so maybe not your kind of place. But it's great for training speed and reflexes. Understood, I said. She got up from the cushion and stretched her wings. Well, I guess I should get back to the weather team before they start wondering where I went. But seriously, next time you've got some big secret trip, I'm tagging along. No, I said. She gave a short laugh. Yeah, we'll see. Rainbow picked up the bag from the table and pulled out one last pretzel. She tossed it into her mouth, crumpled the empty bag, and tucked it under her wing. All right, I'm outta here. Try not to vanish without telling me next time. I didn't respond. She grinned at that and stepped out the door. A second later, her wings caught the air, and she lifted off, vanishing past the roofline toward the west. The house was quiet again. I closed the door and checked the latch. The back room remained unchanged, Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina still resting. Everything was in place. Chapter 13, Sugar Cube Invitation. The house stayed quiet after Rainbow left. I stood for a while near the window, watching the street. A few ponies passed in pairs or alone, carrying baskets or pushing small carts. Most moved at a relaxed pace. The sun had climbed higher, softening the shadows across the dirt road. By mid-morning, I decided to make a supply trip. The shelves in the main room had enough for a few days, but not much more. If I left now, the market would be fully open, and the streets less crowded than the afternoon rush. I checked the back room. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina were awake but still calm. Dialga's head turned slightly when I entered. Palkia adjusted its position, shifting away from the light coming through the small window. Giratina didn't move. "I will be gone briefly," I said. "No one will enter." None of them reacted beyond watching me for a moment before settling again. I closed the door and stepped outside. The air was warm now, the earlier chill gone. The main road into town had more movement, ponies walking in both directions, some talking, others focused on their own errands. The path to the market passed several small shops. The bakery's scent carried faintly, mixed with the sharper smell of fresh-cut lumber from a nearby carpentry stall. A pair of foals ran past, one holding a red ball, the other chasing after it. The market square was active but not crowded. Stalls were set in a rough circle, each with its own shade cloth. I moved toward the produce first. The vendor, a cream-coated mare with a short brown mane, nodded in greeting. "Morning," she said. "Carrots and apples are fresh today. Strawberries too." "Carrots and apples," I said. She filled a small bag with each, weighing them carefully before sliding them across. I paid and moved to the next stall, where a stallion was stacking jars of preserved vegetables. "Need anything in particular?" he asked. "2 jars. Mixed," I said. He packed them into a small basket. I took them and continued around the square. A short stop at the grain stall added a bag of oats to the load. I was about to turn toward the road back home when I heard a familiar voice behind me. "Hey! Arceus!" I turned. Pinkie Pie was trotting toward me, a bright blue ribbon tied around her mane. She skidded to a stop just in front of me. "Hi," she said, smiling wide. "I was just about to go looking for you, and here you are. Saves me a trip." "What is it?" I asked. She bounced slightly on her hooves. "So, I'm putting together a little afternoon get-together at Sugar Cube Corner. Nothing big, just some ponies hanging out, talking, maybe trying a new kind of cupcake I'm testing. You should totally come." "What time?" I asked. 2 o'clock, she said. "That way, the lunch rush is over, and we can have the place mostly to ourselves." "Who will be there?" I asked. Pinkie tapped her chin. Well, probably Twilight, because I told her already. And Fluttershy, because I ran into her earlier. Oh, and maybe Rarity if she's done with her orders. And maybe Rainbow if she's not busy with clouds. And maybe... "Enough," I said. "I understand." She grinned. "So you'll come?" "Yes," I said. Her smile widened. "Great. Oh, and you don't have to bring anything, but if you want to, you can. Just no spoilers about the cupcake flavor, because I want to see everybody's reaction." "Understood," I said. Pinkie tilted her head toward the basket I was carrying. "Stocking up?" "Yes," I said. She peeked into the top of the bag. Ooh, carrots and apples. Are you making something with them? No, I said. Basic supplies. She nodded quickly. Gotcha. Well, I'll see you at 2. Don't be late, because then you'll miss the part where we all guess the flavor. I will be on time, I said. Pinky gave a short wave before bouncing away toward another row of stalls. I turned back toward the road out of the square. The walk back was slower. More ponies had come into the street since I arrived. I stepped aside for a cart loaded with sacks of flour. A group of 3 foals passed carrying a bundle of sticks between them. When I reached the house, I unlocked the door and set the supplies on the table. The back room was unchanged. Dialga lifted its head briefly before lowering it again. Everything was in order. I stored the food in jars, leaving the carrots in a bowl on the table. With the supplies set, I sat near the window and waited for the time to pass. At 1:45, I left for Sugar Cube Corner. The main road was busier now, but the pace was still easy. The bakery's pink and brown exterior stood out even at a distance. The door was propped open, letting the smell of fresh pastries carry into the street. Inside, Pinky was arranging a small table near the counter. A plate of cupcakes sat in the center, each with a light blue frosting swirl. Twilight was already there, seated to the left with a notebook on the table. Fluttershy sat across from her, speaking quietly. Pinky looked up when I entered. Right on time. Take a seat, Arceus. I sat at the open spot near the end of the table. Twilight glanced up from her notes. Hi. I didn't expect you to join us. Pinky invited me, I said. Fluttershy smiled softly. It's nice to see you here. Pinky bounced once. Okay. So, rules are simple: no sniffing the cupcakes too much before you bite, because I don't want any pony guessing too early. And no telling any pony else if you figure it out before they take their turn. Twilight set her notebook aside. You really take these taste tests seriously? Of course. Pinky said. It's important science. Fluttershy looked at the plate. They look pretty. Pinky pushed one toward me. Go on, take it. I picked up the cupcake. The frosting was smooth and even, the cake base a light yellow. Ready? Pinky asked, looking around the table. Twilight nodded. Fluttershy gave a small nod too. Pinky clapped her hooves once. Okay. 1, 2, 3 taste. I took a bite. The frosting was sweet, with a faint fruit note. The cake was soft. I chewed, swallowed, and set the remainder back on the plate. Twilight tilted her head. I can't place it exactly. Fluttershy spoke softly. It's a little like raspberry, but not quite. Pinky grinned. All right, guesses. Twilight shook her head. I'll need another bite. I said, blueberry. Pinky gasped. Correct. How did you guess so fast? It is clear, I said. Twilight raised an eyebrow. Clear. Yes, I said. Pinky laughed. Well, at least some pony got it. You win. I did not know it was a contest, I said. It's always a contest, Pinky replied. We stayed at the table for a while, talking about small town events and the weather schedule for the week. Rainbow arrived halfway through, dropping into the seat next to Twilight and grabbing a cupcake without hesitation. By the time the gathering ended, the sun had shifted lower in the sky. I stood, gave a short nod to the group, and left for the house. The road back was quieter than earlier. The house was as I left it, and the 3 in the back room were resting again. Chapter 14, The Scholar's Questions. The house was quiet when I returned from Sugar Cube Corner. The sun had lowered just enough to bring longer shadows across the street. The air was cooler than in the afternoon, but not cold. I stepped inside, closing the door behind me. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina were in the back room, still resting. They did not stir when I looked in. I let them be. I set the small leftover bag from the market on the table. I had no immediate plans to cook anything with it. Sitting near the window, I waited, watching the road outside. It was an hour later, just as the last of the sunlight had begun to fade from the windows, that I heard a knock. 3 steady taps, neither hurried nor timid. I stood and opened the door. Twilight Sparkle was there, carrying 2 neatly rolled scrolls in her ever-present quill. Her mane was slightly wind-blown, but otherwise she was orderly. "Good evening," she said. I stepped aside. "Enter." She walked in, glancing briefly around the main room before setting the scrolls on the table. "I wanted to update you on my notes from this morning," she said. "And I have questions." I took a seat. "Then ask them." "You already know I will answer directly." Twilight sat opposite me, levitating the first scroll open. "I've compiled everything from the Lake Guardian's creation, their appearance, their responses to your commands, the rules you set, and their behavior during observation." "Then your record is complete," I said, resting an arm on the table. "I gave you all the information you needed." "Yes," she said slowly. "But you also mentioned, before they appeared, that you chose these 3 for a reason. I want to understand your decision-making process in more detail." I met her eyes. "The reason is simple. Your world faces threats that do not always strike the body. They strike the mind, the will, and the stability of emotion. Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf can fortify those weaknesses. They are guardians, not aggressors." Twilight nodded, jotting that down. "I understand that part. But why now? Why not wait until you've trained Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina more thoroughly?" I didn't hesitate. "Because my actions are not bound by the slow pace of conventional growth. I know when a piece is ready to be placed on the board, and I move it without hesitation. Delaying would have been inefficient." Twilight gave me a slightly puzzled look at the phrasing, then continued. "You said you can control them at any time. That sounds absolute. Is it?" "Yes," I said, my voice steady. "Absolute. My word overrides any other influence. No magic, no persuasion, no external force can turn them against my will." Her quill paused mid-stroke. "That's a very strong claim." "It is not a claim," I said firmly. "It is fact." She stared at me for a moment, then wrote that down word for word. "All right," she said finally. "That does make me feel somewhat safer about them being in the Everfree. But if you can control them absolutely, does that mean they have no free will?" "They have their own will," I answered. "But my authority is final. They may act as they choose within their boundaries. Only if those boundaries are breached do I intervene." Twilight looked satisfied with that explanation and rolled the first scroll closed. She opened the second. "That covers the Guardians. But I also want to discuss potential future Pokémon creation." "Speak," I said. "You've said before you might create more, slowly, and only as needed. I want to understand what need means in your terms." "Need," I said, "is determined by a gap in your world's ability to counter a threat without excessive cost. When I see that gap, I will fill it with the precise being required." Twilight tilted her head slightly. "So it's strategic?" "Of course," I said without hesitation. "You should expect nothing less." She wrote quickly, her quill scratching over the parchment. "All right, that means the next creations will be tailored to specific situations. You won't just make Pokémon at random." "Correct," I said. "Every one of them will have a purpose from the moment they exist." She lowered her quill for a moment, looking thoughtful. That's actually reassuring. I thought you might just create them as you pleased. I have no interest in chaos for its own sake, I said. I build for stability. Twilight looked down at her scroll again, nodding slowly. All right. One last thing. She leaned forward slightly. You've been in Ponyville for a little while now. You've interacted with some of the main residents, the others, Pinky, Applejack, Rainbow Dash, Rarity, Fluttershy. I want your honest assessment. How do you view them? I met her gaze without pause. Competent in their own ways. Each with flaws that can be compensated for by the others. You already know their strengths. You've seen their weaknesses. I will not give you false praise, they are far from perfect. But as a group, they are functional. Twilight seemed to weigh that, then gave a small nod. Fair. I appreciate the honesty. I leaned back slightly. If that is all, then you have your answers. She looked over her notes one last time. That's all for now. I'll transcribe the clean copy tonight and keep the original in my personal archive. Good, I said. You'll keep it secure. She rolled the second scroll closed and set both back into her saddlebag. Standing, she glanced toward the back door. The three in their Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina, are they ready for any public appearance yet? No, I said. They will be ready when I say they are ready. Not before. Twilight accepted that without protest. Understood. Then I'll leave you to your evening. She walked to the door. I followed, opening it for her. As she stepped outside, she looked back once. Thank you for answering my questions so directly. It makes working with you easier. I met her gaze evenly. Then keep asking the right questions, and you'll keep getting the right answers. Twilight smiled faintly at that before heading down the road toward her castle. I closed the door and locked it. The room was quiet again. In the back, the three remained calm. The evening light faded completely, giving way to the steady calm of night. Chapter 15, The Royal Request. The door closed behind Twilight. I stood for a moment in the quiet, letting the room return to stillness. The sound of her hoofsteps faded down the road toward her castle. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina were still calm in the back room. The evening was settling in, the last edge of daylight sliding away from the windows. I moved toward the table. The market bag sat there, untouched since I returned. I began putting the remaining supplies away, placing the jars neatly in their place, setting the grain in the corner. Order was maintained without effort. A knock sounded against the door, not hurried, not hesitant. 3 taps, then a pause. Not Twilight's rhythm. Not Rainbow's. I opened it. A young stallion in the livery of the Royal Courier Service stood there, a sealed scroll held in his hoof. The seal was unmistakable gold and white, marked with the sun emblem of Princess Celestia. Delivery for Arceus, he said. His tone was professional, but there was a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He kept his gaze steady, not looking past me into the house. I took the scroll. I have it. He nodded once. Acknowledged. Confirmation given. He stepped back, ready to leave. Did you wait for a reply? I asked. Instruction was to deliver only, he said. No collection. Go, I said. He bowed slightly, then turned and walked down the road. I closed the door and carried the scroll to the table. The seal was intact, unmarked by tampering. The paper was clean, uncreased. I broke the seal cleanly. The parchment unrolled easily, the script neat and deliberate. To Arceus. Your recent actions regarding the creation of Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf have been noted. I commend your precision and your adherence to the agreements established during our earlier conversation. However, it is clear that the scope of what you are capable of will not remain limited to Ponyville or its surrounding regions. I request your presence in Canterlot at your earliest convenience, preferably within the next 2 days, for a private discussion regarding the long-term integration of Pokémon within Equestria's borders. This meeting will be confidential. No formal court presence will be required. Only myself, Princess Luna, and 1 or 2 trusted aides will be in attendance. You may bring Twilight Sparkle if you deem it necessary. I trust you will arrive prepared to speak plainly. Princess Celestia. I read the letter twice more to confirm there was no hidden meaning or implied order. It was a direct request. The time frame was clear. The scope of the conversation would be wide beyond Ponyville, beyond the Everfree, into the entirety of Equestria. I set the scroll down. A reasonable move, I said to myself. She understands the scale, and she acts before the situation outruns her understanding. From the back room, I could feel the faint awareness of Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. They had not moved, but they could sense my focus shift. I stepped into the room. Dialga lifted its head slightly. Palkia's eyes opened partway. Giratina remained still but attentive. I will be leaving for Canterlot within 2 days, I said. The 3 of you will remain here. Your boundaries will not change. Twilight will be aware of my absence. You will follow her instructions in my absence as though they were mine. Dialga gave a low, short sound of acknowledgement. Palkia dipped its head once. Giratina's wings shifted slightly. Good, I said. I returned to the main room and sat at the table again. The next step was clear: inform Twilight and decide if she would accompany me. It was not urgent enough to require immediate action tonight, but leaving the matter until the last moment would be inefficient. I rose and crossed to the door. The road outside was quieter now, the light from street lamps casting steady illumination over the dirt path. A few ponies passed in the distance, speaking quietly. Twilight's castle was visible against the darkening sky. The walk was short. The air was cool, steady. The door to the castle was closed, but unguarded Ponyville did not require constant watch. I knocked. A moment later, the door opened to reveal Spike. Oh hey, he said. Twilight's in the library. Want me to tell her you're here? No, I said. I'll go myself. He stepped aside, and I entered. The crystal floors reflected the lamplight. The library was just down the hall, its door half open. Twilight was at her desk, sorting through several stacks of books and papers. She looked up when I entered. Arceus, she said. Back again. I placed the scroll on the desk. A letter. From Celestia. Read it. She unrolled it quickly, scanning the text. Her eyes moved steadily until she reached the end. So, she wants to meet in Canterlot. Just you, or both of us if you decide. Yes, I said. The topic is the long-term integration of Pokémon across Equestria. Twilight leaned back slightly. That's big. It's moving a lot faster than I expected. She understands the pace must be set by those who can act without hesitation, I said. I will go. You will decide if you accompany me. Twilight tapped the end of the scroll with her hoof. It would make sense for me to be there. I can provide context about Ponyville's perspective. Then prepare yourself accordingly, I said. We leave within 2 days. She nodded firmly. All right. I'll have my notes ready. Should we bring any of the Pokémon? No, I said. The presence of the Lake Guardians or the young legendaries would shift the meeting into a display. I intend a discussion, not a spectacle. Twilight seemed to understand immediately. Got it. We'll keep it focused. I picked the scroll back up. This remains between us until after the meeting. Do not discuss it with the others unless necessary. Understood, she said. I turned toward the door. I'll confirm the departure time tomorrow. She gave a short nod. See you then. The walk back to my house was silent. Ponyville was fully settled into night now, the only sounds the occasional call of a nightbird and the soft step of ponies heading home late. Inside, everything was unchanged. Dialga, Pakia, and Giratina were still resting. I placed the scroll in the small storage compartment beside the table and secured it. The meeting in Canterlot would happen on my terms. Celestia had made the correct move in calling it now. The next 2 days would be preparation, nothing less. My little pony, reborn as Arceus, I will create Pokémon. Chapter 16, The Moon's Inquiry. The night in Ponyville was quiet. The lamps outside gave steady light to the street, and the air was still. I sat at the table, reviewing the order of my plans for the next 2 days. Dialga, Pakia, and Giratina remained in the back room, undisturbed. It was late enough that most ponies were asleep. The sound of movement in the street was almost non-existent. I was preparing to secure the front door for the night when I heard a series of firm knocks. 3, then a pause, then 2 more. I rose and crossed the room. When I opened the door, Princess Luna stood there. Her dark coat caught the lamplight, and her mane moved faintly in the still air. She was alone, no guards in sight. Arceus, she said in a calm but even voice. Luna, I said. Enter. She stepped inside without hesitation. I closed the door behind her. She glanced briefly around the room before facing me again. I will be direct. My sister's letter to you has reached me. I am aware of the meeting in Canterlot in 2 days. I expected you would be informed, I said, my tone steady. You came for more than confirmation. Her eyes stayed fixed on mine. Correct. I have questions, ones I prefer to ask before the meeting itself. Then ask them, I said, sitting at the table. Luna moved to the opposite side and sat. You have brought forth beings unlike any this world has seen. My sister views this as an opportunity for cooperation. I agree, but I must consider matters of defense and balance. You are concerned about control, I said plainly. Yes, she admitted without pause. Your authority over them is absolute, so you claim. If that is so, I need to understand the limits, if any exist. There are no limits, I said. Their will exists, but my command overrides it in every case. No magic, persuasion, or force in this world can break that bond. Luna studied my expression. And if you were removed from the equation? By choice, by force, or by some unforeseen event? If I choose to remove myself, I said, I will strip my command from them and dismantle their form before that removal. If I am taken by force, they will follow my last standing order. Her gaze narrowed slightly, not in suspicion but in concentration. That is, a level of control that borders on absolute guarantee. I find it both reassuring and dangerous. Anything of power is dangerous if the one holding it lacks discipline, I said. I do not. Luna gave a faint nod. I have seen those who claimed such certainty before. Few could carry it truthfully. You seem to be among the rare ones who can. I am, I said. That is why I decide when to act and when to wait. She exhaled slowly. My sister believes you will serve as an asset to Equestria. I am inclined to agree, provided you continue to operate with this same level of control. However, she paused, considering her next words. There is the question of expansion. How many more of these Pokémon do you intend to bring into this world? I will create only what is needed, I said. No more. No less. Each with a defined purpose from the moment they exist. None without reason. And who determines that need? She asked. I do, I said without hesitation. But I will hear counsel from those who prove capable of giving it if they understand the scale of the matters at hand. Luna's eyes stayed on me for a long moment. That is, both an answer and a declaration. It is the truth, I said. She shifted slightly in her seat. You speak as though you have already calculated the long-term placement of these beings across our lands. I have, I said. Though the exact sequence depends on events yet to unfold. Her ears angled slightly forward. And you will share these calculations with us. When it is time, I said. Not before. Information given prematurely loses its value. Luna accepted that with a slow nod. Very well. Then I have only one more matter before I take my leave. State it, I said. She leaned forward slightly. The lake guardians you created Uxie, Mesprit, and Azelf. They are tied to knowledge, emotion, and will. If they are left unchecked, they could influence ponies in ways subtle but profound. You have said they will not act without your approval. But should I expect them to be entirely unseen? Yes, I said. They will remain out of public view unless I order otherwise. They will not alter minds, sway emotions, or instill will except when I permit it. Their existence will be unknown to most. Luna relaxed slightly at that answer. Good. I would prefer to avoid needless rumors or fear. Then we are aligned, I said. She stood. I have what I came for. At the meeting, I will not question you on these points again. I prefer to handle matters directly, as we have now. That is the correct approach, I said. It removes wasted motion. She gave the faintest hint of a smile. You and I may see more alike than I thought. Perhaps, I said. Time will prove it. Luna moved to the door. I opened it for her. She stepped into the quiet street, the lamplight catching on her armor. I will see you in Canterlot, she said. I gave a single nod. Be prepared. She launched into the air without another word, wings carrying her smoothly upward into the night. I closed the door and locked it. The house returned to silence. Dialga, Pakia, and Giratina had not moved. The air was calm, steady. The meeting in Canterlot was set. Now there would be no more interruptions before I left. Chapter 17, The day before departure. Morning came without disturbance. The streets outside were quiet in the early hours, with only the occasional sound of hoof steps passing by the house. I had decided the night before that today would be spent entirely on preparation. The meeting in Canterlot was tomorrow. Dialga, Pakia, and Giratina would remain here, and they would be ready. I entered the back room. All three were awake. Dialga's head turned as soon as I stepped inside. Pakia shifted its weight slightly. Giratina's wings moved just enough to signal alertness. Today is training, I said. You will not be idle while I am gone. We will reinforce control, precision, and obedience. When I am not here, you will follow Twilight Sparkle's instructions without deviation. They listened in silence. None of them required further clarification. I stepped aside. We begin outside. Follow me. They rose in unison, moving behind me as I led them out the back door. The morning light was pale and steady, the air cool. We crossed the small yard, then the edge of the orchard, heading toward the forest path. This part of the Everfree was quiet. The ground here was clear enough to move without obstruction, yet far enough from the main Ponyville paths to avoid attention. I stopped in the open space I had chosen earlier. The ground was firm, the trees surrounding the area tall enough to break the wind. Form a line, I said. Dialga took the left, Pakia the center, Giratina the right. Their stances were steady. We begin with stability drills, I said. Dialga maintain a time-slow field at 5% strength. Palkia stabilize a spatial anchor without distortion. Giratina open a dimensional veil only large enough to admit a single stone, then close it instantly. Dialga's eyes glowed faintly as the field extended. The movement of leaves and dust slowed slightly, but the change was controlled. No irregular surges. Hold it steady, I ordered. Palkia's claws flexed as it focused. The space between two marked stones became fixed, locked in place with no visible ripple. Precision confirmed, I said. Giratina extended a wing slightly, focusing. A thin slit opened in the air before it no more than the width of a hoof. A pebble lifted from the ground, passed through, and the slit sealed without disturbance. Acceptable, I said. We held this position for 3 minutes. None of them faltered. Release, I commanded. The effects ended instantly. Next, I said, reaction drills. I will give a command. You will execute within 1 second. They waited, ready. Dialga freeze the air between us. The space solidified, faint ripples locking in place before me. Less than a second. Palkia shift that air 3 lengths to the right without dispersing it. The frozen section moved cleanly, no distortion. Giratina pull it into the veil and return it here. The air vanished into a narrow slit, then reappeared in the same space, intact. Good, I said. Faster. We repeated variations of the sequence for the next half hour. Each change in command required a different type of control, small, precise adjustments rather than displays of power. After the drills, I moved them into cooperative exercises. All 3 combine your effects without conflict. Dialga, maintain a time-slow field over Palkia's anchor. Giratina, shift the combined zone through a veil and place it 10 lengths away. They began without hesitation. The time field and spatial anchor aligned perfectly. Giratina's veil formed without tearing either effect. The combined zone appeared exactly where I had indicated. This is what you will do if you are forced to act together without me, I said. You will execute without conflict. We worked for another hour, increasing speed and reducing the margin for error. When one of them overcompensated, Palkia's anchor shifted slightly during a combined transfer. I stopped them instantly. Palkia, I said. Your control slipped by 2 degrees. Correct it. Palkia adjusted its stance. Confirmed. We resumed. This time, no errors. When the morning drills ended, I allowed them to rest briefly. They did not require food, but the pause was necessary to prevent mental fatigue from affecting precision. After 10 minutes, I resumed. Now defensive responses, I said. You will react to simulated threats without damaging the surrounding environment. No excess force. I formed a compact projectile of stone and light, then launched it toward Dialga at high speed. Dialga froze the air around it, halting it instantly without shattering it. Correct, I said. A similar projectile went to Palkia. It folded the space around it, redirecting it into the ground with no debris. Acceptable. Giratina received the last. It opened a veil just wide enough to take the projectile, then closed it without trace. Again, I said. We repeated until each could respond instantly to varied angles and speeds. By midday, their reactions were as fast as I required. You are prepared for my absence, I said. But we will finish with endurance control. Hold your assigned effects at low strength for 1 full hour. No variation. Dialga slowed time over a marked circle. Palkia fixed the space around it. Giratina opened a veil large enough for a pony to pass through but kept it completely stable. The hour passed without any fluctuation. When I ended the drill, none showed signs of strain beyond a faint shift in stance. We returned to the house without speaking. Inside, they settled into the back room again, each in their usual place. You have done well today, I said. Tomorrow, you will remain here. Twilight Sparkle will oversee you. You will obey her as you obey me. All three gave short sounds of acknowledgement. The preparation was complete. The Canterlot meeting could proceed without concern for what I left behind. Chapter 18, Route and Readiness. The morning after training was calm. The street outside the window was quiet, the early market not yet in full motion. Dialga, Pakia, and Giratina were in the back room, settled and alert. Their performance yesterday was sufficient. I had no concerns about leaving them for the duration of the trip. Twilight and I needed to finalize the departure details today. The meeting with Celestia was tomorrow. There would be no wasted time. I stepped into the back room. Dialga turned its head toward me. Pakia stood, wings flexing slightly, then folding again. Giratina remained still, its eyes following my movement. I will be gone for part of the morning, I said. You will remain here. No movement beyond the yard. No interaction with anyone except Twilight Sparkle if she comes here. They listened without interruption. No questions, no hesitation. I left the house, locking the door behind me. The air outside was cool but bright. The walk to Twilight's castle was direct, the road was clear, only a few ponies moving about this early. By the time I reached the castle, the doors were open. Spike was arranging a stack of scrolls in a basket near the entrance. Morning, he said. Twilight's in the map room. I walked past without pause. Good. She will stay there until I arrive. Spike didn't argue. I moved through the corridors until the open doors of the map room came into view. Twilight stood beside the large crystal table, several maps spread out over the surface. Her quill was already in motion, notes gathering in neat columns on a separate sheet. She looked up when I entered. Perfect timing. I've been reviewing the routes to Canterlot. I moved to the table. Then we will decide now. Twilight pushed one map forward. Option 1, direct train from Ponyville to Canterlot. It's the fastest, about an hour and a half. The downside is no privacy. Other passengers, station staff, and possible delays if the schedule changes. I studied the map. Efficient but exposed. Continue. She nodded and shifted the second map into place. Option 2, we fly. Either I teleport us partway and we fly the rest, or we take the whole trip in the air. It would be faster than the train if we teleport, but weather could slow us down. Also, we'd still be visible in the skies. Limited advantage over the train, I said. Next. Twilight placed the third map forward. Option 3, we take the forest route north until we hit the old Canterlot supply road. Almost no pony uses it anymore, so we'd have privacy. It's slower, probably 4 to 5 hours, but it's consistent and under our control. I looked over the route. Less efficient in time, but no interference. Security is complete. Twilight tapped her quill against the paper. So, which do you prefer? Forest route, I said immediately. We control our pace. We arrive exactly when we choose. No delays from external schedules. She wrote it down without argument. All right. Forest route it is. That means we'll need to leave earlier to arrive before midday. Then we leave at dawn, I said. We will rest when we reach Canterlot, and the meeting will begin when Celestia is ready. Twilight made a quick note. Got it. I'll pack for the trip today. I looked at the second sheet of her notes. Your supplies will be minimal. Food for the trip, essential documents, and no excess weight. If anything else is needed, it can be acquired in Canterlot. Understood, she said. I moved one of the maps aside. While I am gone, Dialga, Pakia, and Giratina will remain in the house. You will oversee them. Twilight nodded. I'll check in on them daily. You will give them no unnecessary orders, I said. Only act if they are approached by an outside force or if one of them requests clarification. They will obey you exactly as they obey me. Twilight met my eyes. I'll handle it. Good, I said. She shifted her notes aside. Do you expect any complications during the trip? No, I said. But we prepare for them regardless. If we are intercepted, you will follow my lead without question. That's fine, she said. I trust you know what you're doing. I looked at the map again. You will bring the train schedule as a secondary plan in case the forest route becomes blocked by an event outside our control. Twilight jotted it down. All right. I'll get that from the station before the day is over. We reviewed the rest of the details, estimated walking speed, stopping points for water, and the exact point where the forest path met the old supply road. Each was marked on the map with precision. When the plan was complete, Twilight rolled the maps into a neat bundle and tied them with a cord. I'll keep these with me tomorrow. Just in case. Acceptable, I said. She looked thoughtful for a moment. You know, Celestia will probably want more than just logistics tomorrow. She'll want to hear about your long-term plans for the Pokémon in Equestria. She will, I said. And I will tell her exactly what she needs to know. No more, no less. Twilight didn't argue. All right. I'll be ready. I turned toward the door. Then we are finished here. Complete your preparations. We leave at dawn. Twilight gave a short nod. See you in the morning. I left the castle, the sun now higher but still pale in the early hours. The streets were filling with ponies starting their daily routines, but the path back to the house was clear. Inside, the back room was as I had left it. Dialga looked up as I entered, Palkia's gaze following. Giratina didn't move, but its eyes fixed on me. The plan is set, I said. I will leave tomorrow morning. Twilight Sparkle will check on you daily. You will remain here. No change in boundaries. All three acknowledged with short sounds. The day ahead was clear, final checks, nothing more. Chapter 19, The Persistent Flyer. Dawn had barely broken when I rose. The air was cold enough that the faint mist over the street had not yet burned away. Ponyville was still quiet, no carts rolling, no market chatter, just the occasional bird call. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina were already awake in the back room. Their posture was steady, eyes following me as I prepared for departure. You know the instructions, I said. Twilight will check on you daily. You will obey her without hesitation. If there is a disturbance, you act only to defend this place. They gave short, clear sounds of acknowledgement. I stepped into the main room. My supplies were already packed light enough to carry without slowing my pace, but enough to cover the forest route without delay. Maps, water, and basic rations. Twilight would bring the rest. I was fastening the strap of my pack when a knock sounded on the door. Not Twilight's rhythm. Firmer. Quicker. I opened it. Rainbow Dash stood there, mane slightly unkempt from the early hour. Her eyes were alert, wings shifting as though she had flown here at speed. Morning, she said quickly. You're going to Canterlot, right? Yes, I said. Then I'm coming with you, she replied without hesitation. I stepped fully into the doorway, blocking her view inside. No. She frowned. Why not? I can keep up, and if you're taking the forest route, I can fly above and keep watch. I do not require an escort, I said. Your presence is unnecessary. She leaned forward slightly. Unnecessary? Come in. I've been to Canterlot plenty of times. I know the terrain, and I can scout ahead. I have already planned the route with Twilight Sparkle, I said. Every step is accounted for. There is no role for you to fill. Rainbow's wings twitched. So what? You just don't want company. I do not bring company for its own sake, I said. This trip is for a meeting. Not a social excursion. Her frown deepened. Yeah, but what if something happens on the way? Bandits, wild creatures from the Everfree. You'd have backup. If something happens on the way, I said evenly, I will resolve it before you would have the chance to react. Rainbow hesitated for half a second, then smirked faintly. You're that confident, hey? I am certain, I corrected. There is no probability involved. She stared at me, trying to read my expression. You're serious? Always, I said. She let out a short breath. All right, fine. But at least tell me why you're going. I mean, I get it's a meeting with the princesses, but what's it about? It is about the future placement and integration of Pokémon across Equestria, I said plainly. A subject that requires focus and precision, not an audience. Rainbow tilted her head. So, more of those things like the ones you showed Twilight? Yes, I said. She thought for a moment, then nodded slowly. Okay, I get it. Still think you could use some backup, though. I do not need it, I said. But if there is a time when I do, I will tell you. Rainbow's eyes narrowed just slightly. You're not just saying that to get me to drop it, are you? I do not use half-truths to end conversations, I said. When I say I will tell you, I mean it. That seemed to settle her for the moment. She stepped back from the doorway. All right. I'll let you go without me this time. But if you ever do need someone to watch your back, you know where to find me. I will remember, I said. She gave a short nod, then lifted into the air with a few strong wing beats. Safe trip, I guess. Don't let Canterlot get too boring. I do not allow boredom, I said. She grinned faintly at that before turning and flying toward the edge of town. I closed the door and returned to the table. Everything was still in order. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina would be fine under Twilight's oversight. Rainbow Dash would not interfere further. I waited for the sound of Twilight's approach. She would arrive on time. We would leave exactly as planned. Chapter 20, Into the Forest Route. The sky was pale with the first light of dawn when I stepped outside with my pack. The air was cold enough to leave faint condensation with each breath. The streets of Ponyville were mostly empty, only a few ponies were moving about, starting their early routines. The path to Twilight's castle was clear. I locked the door behind me, giving a final glance toward the back room through the open window. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina stood in their positions. They did not need a farewell, they already had their orders. The walk to the castle was quiet. My pace was steady, unhurried. The large crystalline structure reflected the early sunlight faintly as I approached. The front doors were closed, but they opened a moment later, and Twilight stepped out. She was equipped as planned, a small, tightly packed saddlebag, rolled maps secured on one side, a canteen on the other. She carried no unnecessary weight. You're on time, she said. I am always on time, I replied. She gave a brief nod. Then let's go. We'll head straight to the north edge of town and cut through the orchard path before we hit the forest. Proceed, I said. We moved through Ponyville without drawing attention. Most residents were still inside, and those who were outside gave only brief glances before continuing their work. The road narrowed as we reached the outer edge of town, where farmland began. We passed through a section of sweet apple acres. The orchard was quiet, dew still on the grass. Twilight checked the map once as we reached the small dirt path leading into the forest. "This is the right one," she said. "It should take us to the old supply road in about 2 hours." I stepped onto the path first. The trees closed in gradually as we moved forward, the air becoming cooler in the shade. The ground was firm, the trail clear of major obstructions. Twilight walked beside me, her eyes scanning the sides of the path. "I've read a little about the old road. It hasn't been maintained in years, but it's still solid enough to walk without trouble." "It will serve its purpose," I said. The forest was quiet apart from the sound of our steps. Occasionally, a bird call broke the stillness, but otherwise there was no movement nearby. Twilight adjusted her pace slightly to match mine, keeping a steady rhythm. We reached a small clearing after half an hour. Twilight paused to check the map again. "We're still on course. If we keep this speed, we'll make the road ahead of schedule." "Maintain it," I said. She tucked the map away, and we continued. The path narrowed in some places, forcing us to walk single file. The ground here had more roots, but they were easy to step over. After another half hour, Twilight spoke again. "So, when we get to Canterlot, do you expect the meeting to be formal? Or more like a private council?" "It will be private," I said. Celestia specified it. "That means no audience, no extended introductions. We will speak directly." Twilight nodded thoughtfully. "That's good. It'll save time. It will also remove unnecessary voices from the discussion," I added. We walked in silence for a time after that. The forest began to thin slightly, and the sound of running water reached us. Twilight glanced to the side. "There's a small stream here. We should refill our canteens before we reach the road." We stepped off the path toward the sound. The stream was narrow but clear. Twilight filled her canteen first, then stepped aside. I refilled mine and secured it in place. Back on the path, the terrain began to slope upward slightly. The ground was still firm, but patches of moss appeared more often. The air here was cooler again, the sunlight breaking through the canopy in narrow gaps. Twilight checked the map once more. "We're close. Another 20 minutes and we should hit the old road." We kept the same pace. The forest grew quieter as we climbed the slope. When the path leveled again, the trees ahead thinned enough to reveal a wider, straighter trail beyond the old supply road. The road was clear of debris but showed its age, faded wheel ruts, patches of grass between the stones, and no recent signs of heavy use. Twilight stepped onto it first, looking both directions. "Looks like it's exactly how the old records described it." "It will serve," I said. We turned north. The road was wide enough for us to walk side by side again. Our pace increased slightly without the obstacles of the forest path. Twilight glanced at me. "If we keep this speed, we'll be in Canterlot just before midday." "Good," I said. "It will give us time to prepare before the meeting." We walked in silence for another hour, the only sounds our footsteps and the occasional rustle of leaves from the wind. The land began to slope upward again as we approached the base of the mountain. The road here had small cracks but remained stable. Twilight checked the map one last time. "We'll start the mountain climb soon. After that, it's a steady path to the outer gates." I looked ahead at the winding section of road that began to rise along the slope. "Then we will not slow." We continued, each step bringing us closer to the city in the mountains. Chapter 21, The Mountain City. The mountain road narrowed as we climbed. The stone beneath our hooves was steady but worn from years without major maintenance. Twilight kept a steady pace beside me, checking the map only once before folding it away for the remainder of the journey. The air grew cooler with altitude, carrying the faint scent of pine from the forest below. The view to the side opened up in places, revealing the valley and the long stretch of land we had crossed that morning. We spoke little as we climbed. Each turn of the road brought the city into clearer view. Canterlit, built into the mountain itself, its towers catching the sunlight. After nearly an hour of steady ascent, the road widened into a level section leading to the outer gates. The gates were tall, built from pale stone reinforced with heavy metal bands. 2 unicorn guards stood on either side, their armor polished, spears resting upright. One of them stepped forward as we approached. "State your names and purpose." "Arceus," I said. "Twilight Sparkle. We are expected by Princess Celestia." The guard's expression didn't change, but he glanced to Twilight. She gave a short nod. "He's telling the truth. Princess Celestia sent for us. The meeting is private." The guard signaled to his partner, who stepped into a small alcove beside the gate. A moment later, the gate doors began to move inward with a steady, deliberate motion. "Proceed," the first guard said. We entered. The city beyond was clean and orderly, the streets wide enough for carriages to pass comfortably. The buildings were tall and well kept, most painted in pale colors with darker roofs. Twilight kept her pace steady beside me. "We'll go straight to the castle," she said. "It's best not to delay." "Agreed," I said. We passed through the main market district. It was already active despite the early hour. Merchants were setting out goods, and the smell of fresh bread and produce mixed in the air. A few ponies glanced in our direction, some recognizing Twilight and offering brief greetings, but none approached. The road to the castle inclined gradually. Guards were posted at intervals, their attention divided between the street and the crowds. The closer we drew to the castle, the more the street quieted, replaced by the steady rhythm of our steps on the stone. The castle gates were even taller than the city's outer gates, guarded by 4 armored ponies. One stepped forward. "Purpose of visit?" "Private audience with Princess Celestia and Princess Luna," I said. The guard's eyes moved to Twilight again. She confirmed with a short nod. "We're expected." A unicorn guard opened a smaller side door instead of the main gates. "This way." We followed him through a narrow hall that opened into a larger courtyard. The courtyard was quiet, the stone paths clean, lined with trimmed hedges. Another guard waited by the main entrance to the castle itself. "You'll be escorted to the audience chamber," he said. We entered the castle. The interior was well lit, the floors polished, the walls lined with banners bearing the symbols of the 2 princesses. The air inside was cool, the faint scent of parchment and polished wood present in the hallways. The guard led us to a set of double doors. He knocked once, then opened them. Inside, the audience chamber was empty except for Princess Celestia and Princess Luna. Celestia stood near the far end of the room, her posture calm but attentive. Luna was to her left, her gaze fixed on us as we entered. Celestia spoke first. "Welcome. I'm glad you both arrived safely." "We encountered no obstacles," I said. "That is good to hear," she said. Her attention moved briefly to Twilight. "Thank you for accompanying him, Twilight. Your perspective will be useful." Twilight gave a short nod. "Of course." Celestia's eyes returned to me. "I wanted this meeting to be private so we could speak without interruption. There are matters regarding your creations that we need to address directly." "I am ready," I said. Luna stepped forward slightly. "I have already spoken with you about control, boundaries, and numbers. My sister wishes to cover wider matters, the integration of your Pokémon into Equestria's structure." Celestia continued. "Your presence in Ponyville has been notable, though not disruptive. The beings you have brought forth so far, Dialga, Palkia, Giratina, and the Lake Guardians, have been contained and under your direct command. But if more are to come, we must have a clear understanding of how they will be placed, and under what conditions." "They will be placed only where necessary," I said. Each will have a defined purpose. None will exist without one. Celestia's expression didn't change, but she listened closely. And who decides what is necessary? I do, I said. But I will take counsel from those who understand the scope of the situation. Twilight stepped forward slightly. I've seen how he operates, Princess. Nothing is done without a reason. Every action is deliberate. Celestia gave a small nod. I trust your judgment, Twilight. But I also have a responsibility to prepare the kingdom for any change on this scale. You will not be unprepared, I said. I do not create without considering the consequences. I account for them before I act. Luna looked between us. And if a threat arises that requires more immediate action than your usual pace allows, then I will act immediately, I said. Delays are for those who lack the strength to resolve matters directly. Celestia seemed to consider this. Very well. Then let us speak of placement. If, for example, one of your Pokémon were to be stationed in a city such as Manhattan or Philadelphia, would they be under your sole command, or would they also answer to local authority? They would obey my authority first, I said. But they would follow local directives so long as those directives did not conflict with their purpose. That is, workable, Celestia said slowly. Provided there is clear communication. There will be, I said. She took a step back, glancing at Luna. Luna gave a short nod, as if confirming her own agreement. Celestia looked back to me. Then we will proceed carefully. No rapid expansion, no sudden deployments without consultation. That is acceptable, I said. Celestia's gaze softened slightly. Thank you for your directness, Arceus. It makes these discussions far more efficient. Efficiency is always preferable, I said. The meeting was far from finished, but the foundation was set. Chapter 22, Establishing the Map. Celestia moved toward the large table in the center of the audience chamber. The surface was polished marble, but a map of Equestria had been laid across it. The detailing was precise, showing not just major cities but towns, mountain ranges, rivers, and smaller settlements. Luna joined her, standing on the opposite side of the table. Twilight followed, her quill already floating beside her, ink pot held steady in her magic. I stepped closer, taking a position where I could see the entire map without obstruction. Celestia began without preamble. If we are to integrate Pokémon across the kingdom, we need to decide which locations could reasonably accommodate them and which should be avoided entirely, at least for the time being. Then begin listing them, I said. Celestia's eyes moved to the northwestern section of the map. Vancouver. It's a port city, but also surrounded by significant woodland. It could host one or more Pokémon capable of monitoring both sea and land approaches. Possible, I said. A water type for coastal security. Perhaps an aerial unit for rapid reconnaissance inland. Luna nodded slightly. Agreed. Vancouver sees occasional storms. An aerial Pokémon could provide early warning. Twilight added a quick note. I could see that working, as long as the local weather teams coordinate with them. Celestia's hoof shifted south along the map. Philadelphia. Dense population, heavy trade routes, and no major wild zones nearby. If a Pokémon were stationed there, it would have to be one comfortable in constant contact with ponies. I looked at the placement. Possible, but the selection would be limited. A guardian for infrastructure and public order. Nothing destructive. Exactly, Celestia said. We would need to ensure they are seen as part of the city, not as an outsider. I gave a single nod. That can be arranged if the Pokémon is chosen correctly. Celestia's focus moved inland. Ponyville already hosts you, and through you, the legendaries you've created. That remains a unique arrangement. I suggest we do not add more here, it would draw too much attention. Agreed, I said. Ponyville is already functioning as an observation point. More would disrupt that balance. Luna's gaze shifted north to the Crystal Empire. This region is different. Harsh climate, long distances between settlements, and a population still recovering from Sombra's influence. The Pokémon here would need to be resilient to cold and capable of long-range travel. Possible, I said. But any placement there will wait until the Empire is ready to accept it. Premature introduction would be wasted effort. Twilight nodded quickly. I agree. Cadance and Shining Armor would need to be part of that decision. Celestia moved her hoof to the far south. Appaloosa. A frontier town. Open land, occasional disputes with neighboring buffalo tribes. A Pokémon there would need to be diplomatic as well as capable in defense. That is possible, I said. One that can maintain order without escalating tensions. Twilight hesitated. That's a narrow list, though. Yes, I said. Which is why it will not be the first placement. Celestia paused, her eyes moving over the map slowly. Cloudsdale. A mobile city of Pegasi, responsible for weather distribution across much of Equestria. Introducing a Pokémon there would require full approval from the Weather Council. Luna tilted her head slightly. That would also mean selecting one capable of flight at high altitude. Yes, I said. And one that can operate within the Pegasi chain of command without disrupting it. Not a priority. Celestia tapped the east coast. Baltimore. Large port, strong naval presence, significant fishing industry. This could benefit from a water-type Pokémon, one strong enough to deter threats but gentle enough to work with crews daily. Possible, I said. That would be simple to arrange once I decide the scale of coastal coverage. Twilight was writing rapidly. So far, Vancouver, Philadelphia, Baltimore all as possibilities. Appaloosa and Cloudsdale are more conditional. Crystal Empire delayed. Celestia looked to the center of the map. Canterlot itself. The capital. I met her gaze directly. You want one stationed here? Yes, she said. Not immediately. But I believe it would be a statement that Pokémon are not distant forces but integrated into the heart of Equestria. It would also make the capital a focal point for outside interest, I said. Celestia did not deny it. That may not be avoidable in the long run. If it is done, I said, it will be with one of the most disciplined. No displays of power without purpose. No interaction with the court unless ordered. That would be acceptable, Celestia said. We went over each location again, slower this time, adding details, population size, infrastructure, nearby geography, and any known threats. Vancouver aerial and water presence, coordination with port authorities. Philadelphia urban guardian, integration with city guard. Baltimore coastal patrol, integration with fishing industry. Appaloosa potential diplomatic intermediary. Cloudsdale conditional on Weather Council approval. Crystal Empire deferred placement until readiness confirmed. Canterlot eventual disciplined presence for symbolic and practical purposes. Twilight kept the notes precise, marking each with status indicators. When the list was complete, Celestia stepped back from the table. This is a workable starting point. We will revisit it as conditions change. That is how it will proceed, I said. Luna gave a short nod. Then the next step will be timing. Celestia agreed. Yes. We cannot deploy all at once. It will have to be gradual, giving each location time to adjust. I will decide the sequence, I said. You will be informed before each placement. There will be no surprises. That is all I require, Celestia said. The map remained between us, the first phase of the plan set in place. Chapter 23, The Moon's Council. Celestia studied the map for a moment longer, her expression thoughtful. Then she lifted her head. I will have the kitchens prepare something for all of us. This will be a long day, and we may as well eat before we continue. She turned to her sister. Luna, stay with our guest. I'll return shortly. Luna gave a single nod. Very well. Celestia left the chamber, the heavy doors closing quietly behind her. Silence settled over the room. Twilight remained at the table, quill hovering, glancing between me and Luna as if deciding whether she should speak. Luna, however, had already fixed her gaze on me. When she spoke, her voice was level. Without my sister here, we can discuss matters she would consider premature. Proceed, I said. Her eyes shifted to the map, then back to me. Equestria's stability has always relied on a balance between three things: the power of the crown, the cooperation of the major cities, and the allegiance of our military forces. Introducing Pokémon, especially ones of the strength you've already demonstrated, changes that balance immediately. That is inevitable, I said. True, Luna replied. But inevitability is not always a comfort to those who feel their control slipping. You believe some will see this as a threat to their authority, I said. They will, Luna confirmed. Not just local leaders, but factions within the guard, and even within the nobility. The moment they realize that your command over these beings is absolute, they will question where they fit in. They will fit in where I decide they fit, I said. Luna's eyes narrowed slightly, not in challenge, but in assessment. A simple truth, but one that can lead to resistance if not managed properly. If you want your integration to be smooth, you will need to anticipate their objections and dismantle them before they form. That is already in my calculations, I said. Luna stepped closer to the table. Then you understand that placement alone will not be enough. You will need allies in positions of influence, ponies who will speak for you when you are not present. I already have one in Twilight Sparkle, I said. True, Luna agreed. But Twilight's influence is strongest in Ponyville and in direct matters involving the princesses. The nobility is a different matter. Many of them respect her, but they do not follow her without question. I looked at her directly. And you believe you can secure influence there? I can, she said without hesitation. Not openly, that would only make them more cautious. But I know which of them value results over tradition, and which can be persuaded to see the benefit of your presence. That could accelerate acceptance, I said. It could, Luna confirmed. But it will require you to be predictable in one respect: no sudden actions that could be framed as a challenge to the crown. I gave a short nod. I have no interest in challenging the crown. That would be inefficient. Luna allowed the faintest curve of her mouth, not a smile, but acknowledgement. Then we are aligned. My sister will always prioritize harmony. I will prioritize strength and security. Between the two of us, we can ensure your presence strengthens Equestria rather than divides it. Twilight, who had been silent until now, looked between us. So, you're saying that while Celestia works on public and diplomatic acceptance, you'll be working on political stability behind the scenes? Exactly, Luna said without looking at her. I considered her words for a moment. And in return? In return, Luna said, I will expect you to inform me first if you discover any threat, internal or external, that could destabilize the kingdom. Even if you intend to deal with it yourself. That is acceptable, I said. Luna inclined her head slightly. Then we have an understanding. We stood in quiet for a few moments, the map between us. Luna's eyes drifted across it again, pausing over Vancouver and Baltimore. One more thing, she said. If you intend to place Pokémon in coastal cities, be aware that Equestria is not the only power with interest in those waters. Foreign kingdoms, I said. Yes, Luna confirmed. Some friendly, some indifferent, some opportunistic. If they see your Pokémon as purely equestrian assets, they may react differently than if they believe they are your independent creations. That perception can be controlled, I said. Good, Luna replied. Because if they see you as separate from Equestria, they may attempt to negotiate directly with you. That could be useful or dangerous depending on your approach. I decide who I speak to, I said. Luna met my gaze steadily. Exactly. The sound of hoof steps outside the door broke the quiet. Celestia returned, a tray floating beside her, carrying bread, fruit, and tea. She set it on a side table, her expression calm but slightly curious at the quiet in the room. I trust the discussion has been productive, Celestia said. It has, I said. We are aligned. Luna gave the smallest of nods. Celestia did not press further. Chapter 24, The Student's Plan. The tray of food was set on the side table. Celestia poured tea into 3 cups while Luna remained by the map. Twilight stood with her quill still floating beside her, the tip resting lightly over a fresh sheet of parchment. She cleared her throat. If we're going to talk about integration, then I have some ideas for how to introduce Pokémon to each location without it causing too much tension. Celestia's ears tilted slightly. I was hoping you'd say that. Luna gestured toward her with one wing. Proceed. Twilight glanced at me first. I know you don't waste time on unnecessary steps, but these will make the process smoother for every pony involved. Then speak them, I said. She nodded and set the parchment flat on the table. We start with Vancouver. Because it's a port city, it's used to seeing travelers and unusual visitors. If we introduce a water-type Pokémon there first, one with a clear role, like monitoring incoming ships for safety and helping with storm warnings, ponies will be more likely to accept them as part of the city's operations. Celestia sipped her tea. That seems reasonable. Additionally, Twilight continued, we should coordinate with the local weather teams so the Pokémon's role doesn't overlap or interfere with theirs. That way there's no resentment. I considered it. That is efficient. Coordination will prevent redundant work. Twilight made a small note before moving on. Next, Philadelphia. It's heavily populated and tightly organized. We should introduce a Pokémon with a calm, approachable demeanor, something that can be stationed near public areas without intimidating the citizens. Its role could be infrastructure protection, like keeping bridges and waterways clear of blockages. Acceptable, I said. It keeps their function visible but not disruptive. Luna gave a short nod. And a role like that would keep them in constant cooperation with local workers. Twilight's quill scratched another note. For Baltimore, the fishing industry is huge. A water-type Pokémon could work alongside fishing crews, helping locate schools of fish and keeping dangerous sea creatures away from their routes. This would build trust quickly. Celestia looked toward me. That would also strengthen our maritime trade security. It would, I said. And it would give the Pokémon immediate practical value to the city. Twilight moved to the southern section of the map. Appaloosa's situation is tricky. Since they have occasional disputes with the buffalo tribes, the Pokémon should be neutral, not aligned with either side. Maybe one with a role in environmental care, like maintaining water sources or keeping certain dangerous animals away from shared land. That would be difficult to oppose, Luna said. Exactly, Twilight agreed. If both sides benefit equally, it reduces the risk of one side seeing it as a tool of the other. I spoke evenly. And it ensures that its role is seen as necessary rather than political. Twilight smiled faintly before continuing. Cloudsdale is a special case. Because it's mobile and entirely Pegasus run, I think any Pokémon stationed there should first be introduced to the Weather Council in a private demonstration. That way, they can see exactly what it can do and how it would work with their weather systems before making it public. Direct demonstration will eliminate most doubt, I said. Celestia agreed. Yes. The Weather Council respects results above all else. Twilight's quill moved quickly to capture the point. The Crystal Empire should be last. Not because they don't need help, they do, but because their population is still adjusting after everything with King Sombra. They need more time before adding something as unusual as a Pokémon into daily life. That is the correct order, I said. Twilight looked satisfied, but she wasn't finished. The other thing we need to decide is how much public explanation we give before each placement. If we just drop a Pokémon into a city without any announcement, ponies might panic or spread rumors. I suggest we have a short, clear introduction each time explaining its purpose, its name, and who it answers to. Celestia raised an eyebrow. Would you be willing to give those introductions personally? Yes, I said. If it prevents unnecessary complications, I will be present at each introduction. That will go a long way toward building trust, Twilight said. Luna looked thoughtful. And your presence will make it clear that their loyalty lies with you, not with any local faction. Exactly, I said. Twilight reviewed her notes once more. So the order would be, Vancouver, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Appaloosa, Cloudsdale, and finally the Crystal Empire. Public introductions for each, coordinated with local leadership and weather teams or industry heads where necessary, I finished. Right, she said with a small smile. Celestia set her teacup down. I approve of this structure. It will prevent disruption and allow us to observe how each placement affects its region before moving on to the next. Luna nodded in agreement. And it gives us room to adjust if any unexpected resistance arises. I looked at Twilight. This plan is acceptable. We will proceed with it unless new information requires alteration. Twilight's ears perked slightly. Thank you. Chapter 25, Terms in Writing. Celestia moved from the table to a small writing desk at the side of the chamber. The desk was neatly arranged, ink pot, quills, and blank parchment stacked precisely. She took a seat, magic lifting one of the quills. We will put the agreed points into writing, she said. So there is no uncertainty when we move forward. That is preferable, I said. Twilight stepped closer to the desk, her own notes levitating beside her. I can read off the points in order while you write them down. Celestia dipped the quill into the ink. Proceed. Twilight began clearly, her tone steady. 1. Pokémon will be introduced into equestrian cities in a specific order: Vancouver, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Appaloosa, Cloudsdale, and lastly the Crystal Empire. Celestia wrote the words precisely. Continue. 2. Twilight said, each Pokémon will have a defined role before arrival, suited to the needs of its placement. Examples: Vancouver water and aerial security, Baltimore fishing industry assistance and coastal protection, Philadelphia infrastructure guardian, Appaloosa environmental maintenance and neutral mediation, Cloudsdale weather coordination, Crystal Empire long-range travel and cold climate resilience. Celestia's quill moved without pause, the ink lines exact. 3. Twilight said, public introductions will be given for each placement, with explanations of purpose, name, and chain of command. Arceus will be present for these introductions to ensure clarity and authority. Celestia glanced toward me briefly before returning to the writing. Continue. 4. Twilight continued, coordination will be made with local leadership, industry heads, and specialized councils such as the Weather Council in the case of Cloudsdale before placement occurs. 5. She went on, no additional Pokémon will be created for placement outside of this agreed sequence without consultation between Arceus and the Crown. Celestia finished the line and looked toward me. That is the key point for ensuring stability. It will be followed, I said. Twilight looked at her notes again. 6. Both princesses will be informed immediately of any threat internal or external discovered by Pokémon under Arceus's command, even if he intends to address it personally. Celestia's quill paused only long enough to make the point bold. 7. Twilight said, Pokémon stationed in a city will follow Arceus's authority first, but will also follow local directives if those directives do not conflict with their primary purpose. Luna gave a small nod of approval from her place by the map. Celestia wrote the final strokes. Anything else? Twilight hesitated. 8. In all placements, integration will proceed gradually. No more than one new placement will be introduced until the previous location has adjusted successfully. Celestia finished the final line, then set the quill down. She lifted the parchment and read it over from top to bottom, her eyes scanning each word carefully. Satisfied, she floated it toward me. This is the written record, she said. If you agree, we will both sign. I read it once, without skipping a single line. Everything matched what had been agreed verbally. I set my hoof to the parchment and signed my name without hesitation. Celestia took the quill next and added her signature beneath mine. She then added Luna's name, who signed immediately afterward. Celestia rolled the parchment carefully and tied it with a thin ribbon. A copy will remain here in the Royal Archives. Twilight will carry a duplicate to Ponyville for her records. Twilight's horn glowed as she duplicated the parchment with precision magic. The second copy floated into her saddlebag. Got it. Celestia stood. Then the meeting is officially concluded. You are free to return to Ponyville at your convenience. Preparations for Van Hoover's introduction can begin as soon as you are ready. I will inform you when the first placement is imminent, I said. Good, Celestia replied. Luna stepped forward slightly. Remember stability first. Strength is meaningless if the structure it supports collapses. It will not collapse, I said. Luna accepted the answer with a short nod. Twilight closed her saddlebag. We can start back today if we leave soon. We'll reach Ponyville by nightfall if we keep pace. That is acceptable, I said. Celestia moved to the door, opening it with her magic. Safe travels. I look forward to our next meeting. We stepped out into the hall. Guards at either side of the door straightened but did not speak. The walk to the castle's outer gates was quiet, the only sound our steps against polished stone. Outside, the air was cooler than it had been that morning, the sun higher but partly veiled by thin cloud. We passed through the courtyard without pause, the guards at the main gate opening it as we approached. Once beyond the walls, Twilight glanced at me. That went better than I expected. It went exactly as I intended, I said. She smiled faintly. Then I guess we head back the way we came. Yes, I said. The forest route will serve again. We began the descent down the mountain road, leaving Canterlot behind. Chapter 26, Descent and Deliberation. The mountain road sloped steadily downward. The stone beneath our hooves was dry, though narrow in places where the edge dropped sharply toward the forest below. Twilight kept to my left, her saddlebag secured and her pace matched to mine. We had not spoken since leaving the city gates. Only when the road leveled for a short stretch did she look toward me. So. Van Hoover first, she said. We should probably decide exactly what kind of Pokémon we're introducing there before we get back. Correct, I said. She adjusted her stride as we began another gradual descent. It should be one suited for both water and aerial tasks. The city's location makes it ideal for that kind of dual role. I have candidates, I said. But the choice will be made after I review the exact needs of the Port Authority and Coastal Watch. Twilight nodded. That means sending them a letter first. I can draft it tonight, explain the situation, and let them know we'll be visiting for an assessment. That will be efficient, I said. Once they respond, we can determine the specific capabilities required. The road widened enough here for us to walk side by side again. The air grew warmer as we descended, the forest canopy visible far below. Twilight spoke again. Do you plan to bring the chosen Pokémon fully trained, or start training them in Vancouver? Fully trained, I said. Deployment without preparation invites error. That will not happen. That makes sense, she agreed. And I guess if they're already fully capable, the local teams will respect them more quickly. We reached a bend in the road, the view opening briefly to the valley. The forest stretched out in every direction, the river catching the sunlight as it wound through the land. Twilight glanced at the scenery but kept her attention mostly on the conversation. Do you want me to be part of the Vancouver introduction? I mean, as a support presence. Yes, I said. Your presence will signal that this has full royal and academic approval. That will reduce hesitation among the population. She smiled slightly. I'll be there, then. The road began to narrow again, forcing us into single file. Twilight took the lead, moving steadily down the slope. The sound of the forest grew louder as we descended distant birds, the wind moving through the trees. After several minutes, the path leveled briefly before merging into the old supply road we had taken that morning. Twilight stopped for a moment to check her canteen, then stepped aside so I could walk beside her again. This is the part I was thinking about, she said. The old road is clear and easy to travel. That means it could also be used for moving Pokémon between locations if we needed to. Yes, I said. It can serve as a secondary route for relocation. We'd have to make sure the towns along it are aware, though, she said. Otherwise, moving a large Pokémon suddenly could cause a stir. They will be informed when necessary, I said. Twilight gave a short nod. Right. No more information than needed. We walked for a time without speaking. The even surface of the road allowed for a slightly faster pace. Twilight occasionally glanced to the side as though taking mental notes of the terrain. After about an hour, we reached the point where the road narrowed into the orchard path. The shift from stone to packed earth was immediate under hoof. This part always feels quieter, Twilight said. Fewer points of entry, I replied. Less traffic. It is easier to secure. Twilight tilted her head slightly. Do you think we'll need to secure Vancouver before placing the Pokémon there? No, I said. It is already stable. But we will review its defenses during the assessment. We moved deeper into the orchard path. The trees here were close enough to cast steady shade, the air cooler than on the open road. Twilight broke the silence again. Once Vancouver's placement is done, how long will we wait before moving on to Baltimore? That depends on Vancouver's response, I said. If they adapt quickly, the interval will be short. If they require more time, we will adjust. That makes sense, she said. I guess there's no perfect schedule for this. There is the schedule that works, I said. She smiled faintly at that but didn't reply. The path eventually curved back toward Ponyville's direction. The trees began to thin, sunlight breaking through more often. The ground grew slightly softer, marked here and there with fresh tracks from small animals. Twilight glanced at me. Do you think Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina will be ready to assist with this project later? Yes, I said. They will be useful for training and discipline enforcement. They're still growing, though, she said. That does not prevent them from learning their role now, I said. Twilight thought about that as we continued walking. The orchard gave way to open farmland. The air warmed further, and the faint outline of Ponyville was visible in the distance. We'll make it back before sunset, she said. We will, I replied. We crossed the farmland at a steady pace, heading directly for the town. Chapter 27, Returning to Base. The final stretch into Ponyville was quiet. Twilight kept pace beside me as we crossed the main bridge into town. The late afternoon light was beginning to settle across the streets, casting long shadows but leaving enough brightness for the town's residents to continue their work. Some ponies nodded in greeting as we passed, most of them recognizing Twilight immediately. A few glanced in my direction but did not linger, their attention returned quickly to their own tasks. We reached the point where the road split, one path toward Twilight's castle, the other toward my home. Twilight slowed slightly. "I'll check in at the castle," she said. "I want to review my notes before I start the Vancouver letter tonight." "Do it," I said. She gave a short nod and turned toward her route without further discussion. I continued on alone. My home stood exactly as I had left it that morning. The front door was still locked. I unlocked it and stepped inside, closing the door behind me. The air was still and faintly cooler than outside. From the main room, I moved directly to the back where Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina had been left. The three were present, each in their resting positions. They lifted their heads when I entered. "Status," I said. Dialga was the first to step forward. "No activity outside the parameters you set. No attempts at unauthorized movement." Palkia followed. "Energy level stable. No changes to ability control since last session." Giratina spoke last. "No external interference detected. Area remains secure." I walked a slow circle around them, checking each for signs of uncontrolled energy buildup or physical strain. None were present. "You will resume training tomorrow," I said. "Focus will be on precision and sustained control. No deviation without my order." All three gave short acknowledgements. I stepped back into the main room and began clearing the central table. Several blank sheets of parchment were stacked on the left, a rolled map of Equestria was on the right. I unrolled the map and placed it flat, weighting the corners so it would not shift. My focus moved to the northwest section, Vancouver. The city's location was ideal for dual land and sea operations, but I wanted more than general knowledge. I went to the shelf and pulled down a smaller scroll, one of the regional profiles I had gathered since arriving in this world. Unrolling it beside the map, I read through the key points. Population size, medium-high, with growth projected. Primary economy, shipping, fishing, light manufacturing. Defensive assets, local guard force, weather teams, small naval presence. Known vulnerabilities, seasonal storms, occasional supply route delays during peak fishing seasons. This confirmed part of what I already knew. It also made the dual-role Pokémon plan more viable. The city could use both defensive and logistical assistance. From the back room, I heard movement. The three legendaries had not returned to rest entirely. I walked back to check. Dialga spoke again. "Do you require our presence for Vancouver?" "Not yet," I said. "Your current training takes priority. If I require you there, I will inform you in advance." Palkia's head tilted slightly. "Will the Pokémon for Vancouver be another of us?" "No," I said. "It will be selected for environmental adaptability and public compatibility. Not raw power." Giratina gave a short, almost approving nod. "Then it will succeed quickly." "Correct," I said. I left them to settle again and returned to the table. The scroll remained open beside the map. I began making a list not of specific Pokémon, but of capability requirements. Water navigation and underwater detection. High aerial mobility for weather and sea monitoring. Ability to communicate efficiently with both Pokémon and ponies. Discipline to operate without constant supervision. The list was short, deliberate. I did not intend to overcomplicate the first placement. Once the list was complete, I rolled the scroll again and stored it on the shelf. The map remained out. I would review it again in the morning after Twilight's letter was sent. I moved to the window. Outside, the light had shifted further toward evening. Ponies were beginning to close stalls in the market. The street beyond was quieter than before. From here, I could see the edge of the forest in the distance. The path we had taken to and from Canterlot was still in my mind. Every turn, every open stretch, every narrow bend. That route would remain useful for movement between major locations without drawing excessive attention. I stepped away from the window and checked the door locks once more. Both were secure. In the back, I spoke to the three legendaries again. You will rest fully tonight. Training begins at first light. Yes, they said in near unison. Satisfied, I returned to the main room and sat at the table. The house was silent except for the faint sound of movement from the back room as they settled. The Vancouver placement would move forward quickly, but only once the letter from Twilight brought the necessary information from their leadership. Until then, the focus would remain on training and preparation. Chapter 28, Precision Before Power. The first light of the morning had just begun to reach the edges of Ponyville when I opened my eyes. The air inside the house was still, carrying the faint coolness left from the night. Outside, there were no sounds yet from the marketplace. The town had not begun to stir. I rose from the bed, crossing the main room toward the back. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina were already awake. They had not moved from their resting places, but their eyes followed my approach. Stand, I said. They moved to their feet in unison. Dialga stepped forward first, followed by Palkia, then Giratina. Each stood at equal spacing, their posture straight. Today's session will focus entirely on precision, I said. No uncontrolled output. No wasted motion. You will maintain control at all times, regardless of intensity. Yes, they answered. I led them outside. The morning light was pale but clear, the ground still holding the cool of the night. We walked to the open field just beyond the orchard, far enough from town that there would be no interruptions, but close enough to return quickly if necessary. Once we reached the center of the field, I stopped. Formation 1, I said. They arranged themselves immediately. Dialga to my left, Palkia to my right, Giratina behind. First drill, I said. Controlled projection. Dialga stepped forward. His task was simple: generate a small-scale time pulse, no larger than the size of my hoof, and hold it steady for 10 full seconds. He began the output, the faint shimmer of energy forming in front of him. It wavered slightly. Stabilize, I said. He adjusted, the shimmer tightening until its edges were sharp and consistent. I counted the seconds silently. At 10, I raised my hoof. Release. The pulse faded without dispersing in all directions, exactly as ordered. Acceptable, I said. Repeat. We repeated the process until there was no initial wavering at all. Only then did I shift to Palkia. Spatial fold, I said. Minimal distortion. Diameter of 2 hooves. Hold for 8 seconds. Palkia created the fold, the air inside bending slightly. This one was stable from the start, but the edges had a faint irregularity. Tighten the perimeter, I said. The distortion's outline became perfectly circular. At 8 seconds, I gave the signal to release. The fold vanished instantly without recoil. Again, I said. We repeated until the result was identical every time. Then I moved to Giratina. Shadow field, I said. Containment area only. No bleed into surrounding space. He generated the field, a controlled shadow space confined to a perfect square no more than 3 hooves wide. I watched the edges. There was no leak. Hold for 6 seconds, I said. He did. The moment the count ended, I gave the signal. The field dissipated smoothly. Acceptable, I said. The first phase was complete. We reset into Formation 1. Second drill, I said. Sequential activation. Dial Ga Time Pulse, Palkia Spatial Fold, Giratina Shadow Field. Activation must be immediate upon the previous completion. They began. Dial Ga's pulse appeared and held for the full 10 seconds. At my signal, it vanished, and Palkia's fold appeared instantly. That held for 8 seconds before vanishing into Giratina's shadow field. Each transition was clean. Again, I said. Reduce delay between transitions to less than 1 second. We repeated until the changeover was immediate. Third drill, I said. Combined control. All 3 effects active, confined, no interference between them. This was more difficult. They had to generate their abilities simultaneously without disrupting each other. The first attempt failed. Palkia's fold pulled slightly against the edges of Dial Ga's pulse. Adjust output. Match resonance, I said. They tried again. This time, the 3 effects stabilized without overlap. Hold, I said. I counted to 10. No change. Release. They ended the effects in the correct order: Giratina first, then Palkia, then Dial Ga. Acceptable, I said. The sun had risen higher now, the light stronger in the field. I moved to the next drill. Fourth drill, I said. Environmental precision. You will execute your ability to the exact parameters I set. No deviation. I pointed to a small stone on the ground. Dial Ga freeze its temporal state for 5 seconds. No effect on surrounding ground. He did so. The stone remained locked, the grass beside it unaffected. Release, I said. He did. Palkia shift the stone exactly 1 hoof to the left using a spatial fold. No disturbance to anything else. He completed the shift precisely. Giratina shadow field containment around the stone only. Maintain for 3 seconds. He executed without issue. The drill repeated with different objects: a branch, a patch of grass, a loose piece of bark, until they demonstrated consistent control. The final drill was endurance. Fifth drill, I said. Maintain your ability at fixed parameters for 1 minute without fluctuation. If output wavers, the count restarts. Dial Ga began first. His pulse remained perfect until the full minute was complete. Palkia followed, then Giratina. Each succeeded on their first attempt. Training concluded. You will rest for 2 hours, I said. Then resume standard conditioning. They gave short acknowledgements. We walked back to the house together, the field behind us silent once more. Chapter 29, The Letter in Motion. By the time the 2 hours of rest I had ordered for Dial Ga, Palkia, and Giratina had passed, the sun had moved high enough to bring full light into the main room. I sat at the central table, the map of Equestria still unrolled from the night before. My notes on Vancouver were positioned beside it, along with a blank sheet I intended to use for preliminary deployment structures once the city replied. The sound of hoofsteps outside drew my attention. A knock followed, precise, not hurried. I stood and opened the door. Twilight stood there, her saddlebag fastened and a scroll case visible inside. I came as soon as I finished at the castle, she said. You've sent the letter, I said. Yes, she confirmed, stepping inside. It's on its way to Vancouver right now through the fastest courier line. It should reach the mayor's office by late tonight. Depending on how quickly they act, we might have a response in 2 or 3 days. I closed the door behind her. Details, I said. She moved to the table and opened her saddlebag. The scroll case came out first, followed by a folded sheet of parchment. This is a copy of what I sent them. I wanted you to see the exact wording. I took the sheet and read. Her letter was structured and concise, a formal introduction, the mention of Pokémon integration as authorized by the princesses, Van Hoover's selection as the first placement, and a request for a written list of their top operational needs. "You avoided unnecessary detail," I said. "That was intentional," she replied. "Too much in the first message might overwhelm them or make them defensive. This way, we give them the chance to tell us what they think they need, then we can evaluate how accurate that is. That will show us their self-perception," I said. "Exactly," she said. I set the letter down. "Expected variables." She considered. "They might respond with only general requests, like more security or help with storms. In that case, we'll need to go there in person to assess specifics. Or, they might list too many things, hoping to get more than we can reasonably give. That's common in first requests." I nodded. "And the least likely?" "They might refuse outright," she admitted. "Not because they don't want help but because they don't want to deal with something unfamiliar." "If they refuse, we will change that," I said. Twilight gave a short smile. "I thought you'd say that." She set her quill and ink from the saddlebag onto the table. "I'm ready to start drafting possible responses right now, so that when we get their reply, we can act immediately." "Do it," I said. She began making columns on a blank sheet, one for short responses, one for long, and one for on-site follow-ups. I watched her work, noting that she left space between each line for later detail. After a few minutes, she spoke without looking up. "If they request help with storms, we can emphasize the aerial capability of the chosen Pokémon. If they ask for port security, we highlight water-based detection and interception. And if they ask for both," I said, "we will choose one priority to begin with, and the second can follow if the first integration is stable." "That's probably the smartest," she agreed. "Too much change too fast can create resistance." She wrote steadily for several more minutes, pausing occasionally to reference her own notes from yesterday's meeting. When she finished the first draft of her list, she pushed it toward me. "Here. These are the main categories I think we'll see in their reply." The list included storm warning and weather management assistance, port and shipping lane security, fishing industry support, emergency rescue capability, coastal navigation improvements. I read it once, then set it down. All of these can be met. The correct choice will depend on their current infrastructure. "Right," Twilight said. "That's why the assessment phase is so important." She leaned back slightly. "Do you plan to take the chosen Pokémon with you for the first visit, or only for the official placement?" "Only for the placement," I said. "The assessment will be conducted without them. That will keep focus on the evaluation, not on public reaction." "That makes sense," she said. We sat in silence for a moment before she added, "I'll also be monitoring the courier system. If Van Hoover sends their reply earlier than expected, I'll come here right away." "Do that," I said. She began putting her writing tools away. "Once we know what they need, how long will it take you to have the chosen Pokémon ready?" "That will depend on the selection," I said. "If one of the existing ones is suited, the preparation will be short. If I create a new one, I will ensure they are fully trained before deployment. No exceptions." Twilight nodded firmly. "Good. That will make the introduction much smoother." When she had packed her things, she stood. "I'll head back to the castle now. I want to start reviewing Van Hoover's last few years of weather and shipping reports. That might help us predict their request." "Do it," I said. She moved to the door, pausing before she left. "I'll check in tomorrow morning, even if there's no reply yet. We can keep refining the plan until we have their exact list." "That is the correct approach," I said. She gave a small smile and left. I returned to the table, looking once more at the map. The northwest corner Vancouver was now the first active point in the larger structure. The process had begun. Chapter 30, The Patterns of the Northwest. Once the door closed behind Twilight, the house returned to complete stillness. The sunlight from the window fell across the table where the map of Equestria still lay open. Vancouver's section in the northwest caught my attention immediately. Preparation was not about guessing. It was about knowing every variable before they became a problem. I intended to know Vancouver's environment better than most of its own residents by the time their letter arrived. I moved to the shelf and pulled down 3 specific scrolls. Royal Weather Archive Northwestern Region. Maritime Traffic Records Vancouver Port Authority. Incident Reports Guard and Coastal Watch. Each was unrolled in turn on the table beside the map. I kept them separated by enough space so I could read them without overlap. Weather Archive. The first scroll contained detailed accounts for the past 10 years. I began with the most recent year, scanning for frequency and severity of storms. Late spring and early autumn were the most active for heavy weather, consistent high winds, rain squalls, and occasional lightning storms. Winter carried its own risks, freezing temperatures that could ice over docks and slow port operations. I noted that Vancouver's weather teams handled most of the routine storms without issue, but 2 entries caught my attention. Incident 18 Autumn storm damage, 3 fishing vessels lost due to late warning. Incident 41 Winter supply delay, ice prevented docking for 5 days. Both could have been mitigated by faster detection and environmental control. I marked them in my notes. Maritime Traffic Records. The second scroll detailed daily port activity. I read through the last 6 months. On average, 30 to 40 ships moved in and out per day, with seasonal spikes during fishing harvests. There were mentions of inspection delays due to limited dock staff, particularly when multiple large ships arrived at once. That could be improved with a Pokémon capable of scanning incoming vessels at range, eliminating the need for every ship to wait at the dock for manual checks. Another point, during peak fishing, outbound ships sometimes left before dawn. This created a visibility and safety issue that the current system did not fully address. I marked that as well. Incident reports. The third scroll was the most revealing. While weather and traffic records gave predictable numbers, incident reports showed where Vancouver's defenses had actually failed. Notable entries. Unauthorized vessel sighted, not intercepted before leaving the area. Harbor equipment damage, cause unknown, possibly large aquatic creature. Missing shipment, believed lost during storm, no recovery attempt due to conditions. These confirmed that while Vancouver's defenses were adequate for normal conditions, they were less effective when incidents overlapped with environmental challenges. A properly selected Pokémon could address all 3 weaknesses simultaneously. Consolidation. Once I had read through all 3 scrolls, I rolled them back carefully and set them aside. Then I pulled a blank sheet forward and began consolidating my findings. Primary operational needs for Vancouver. Early detection of severe weather, especially storms forming offshore. Ice prevention and removal during winter docking operations. Long-range vessel scanning to speed inspections and reduce port delays. Rapid interception capability for unauthorized or suspicious vessels. Assistance in recovering lost shipments during adverse conditions. This list was precise, not speculative. It gave me the parameters for selecting the exact Pokémon to deploy when the time came. Time review. By now, the sunlight through the window had shifted, indicating mid-afternoon. I checked the backroom. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina were still at rest as ordered. Their silence was expected. I returned to the table and reviewed the notes once more. The placement in Vancouver would need to demonstrate visible benefit within its first week to guarantee lasting acceptance. Anything less would invite doubt from both local leadership and the public. Area familiarization. I retrieved a second, more detailed map. This one focused solely on Vancouver and its surrounding coast. The layout of the harbor, nearby small islands, and the river access point all provided potential strategic positioning for the Pokémon. The western harbor wall would be an ideal position for early weather detection and sea monitoring. The inner docks near the fishing markets could serve as a staging point for quick deployment. Both would be used if the chosen Pokémon had the required mobility. I traced the main shipping lanes with a hoof. Most stayed within predictable routes, but one secondary lane curved farther out before approaching from the north. That lane would be the most vulnerable during storms. The Pokémon would need range to reach it quickly. Final checks. By late afternoon, my list of requirements was finalized. The chosen Pokémon for Vancouver must have water navigation capability equal to or exceeding current naval vessels. Aerial maneuverability for storm monitoring. Environmental control abilities for ice prevention and clearance. Detection range for scanning ships at a minimum of 3 km. Endurance for extended operations without immediate rest. No compromise on these points. Once the requirements were in order, I stored the notes in a sealed case and returned the unused parchment to the shelf. The scrolls were placed back in their exact positions, nothing out of place. The sun was beginning to drop toward the horizon when I locked the case. The day's work was complete. Vancouver's leadership now had the opportunity to confirm my assessment or to reveal they understood less about their own needs than I already did.